Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and the day has come. It's finally arrived. Podcast number 3 with CEO Thomas Mahler of Moon Studios, CEO, creative director, no rest for the wicked. Podcast starts in 1 hour 48 minutes. So welcome to the pre-show. Yes, it's podcast, so I have to put my headphones on. I normally don't wear headphones. So now I've got headphones on. Hello everyone, how are you doing? Honey, the Polka streamer is live again. Guys, we're not talking about Polka today. Okay, like, is that, I think that's allowed. Outrage. Is it? Is that allowed? I don't, not 100% sure. Podcast should be great. I'm scared.
What? No way.
Today, Frosty LaRue is not joining me for the podcast. And that doesn't make me nervous. I'm not nervous to do the interview one-on-one. Like, I'm not nervous. Like, I'm sure it's gonna be, I'm sure it'll be fine. Sure it'll. Aaron's shaking in his boots. No, I'm not shaking in my boots. I'm not shaking in my boots. I'm hype. Through the interview. You ready for the interview? I'm sure it'll be great. All right. Who do we got here today? Trevor. Hello. YouTube land. What was that? Frosty. Other Frosty. BP Frosty. Hello. More Pixel. Hello. Blair. Yo. Knight. Yo. WM. Hi, guys. I heard this is going to be a hot tub stream. Frosty, he's shaking. I'm not nervous. What do I wish Frosty was going to be here? Yes. Am I nervous to do it? No, like, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, who's here in Twitch land? Plunder. Hello, big guy. Hi, VC. Yo. Hector, Slider, Jerry, Jaime, Tekken, VC, congrats on hitting profound. Who else is here? Benny? Tekken. I already said Tekken. Bombdrak. Devil Dog. Iron Forged. Hello. I really figured you'd be playing Diablo 2 Resurrected today. You thought that on the day I am welcoming Thomas, CEO of Moon Studios, I would be playing Diablo 2 and not Wicked. That was your thought. Strat, what's up? Doom, hello. Who else is here? Who else is here? Oh, I forgot about the Thomas interview. Wicked makes perfect sense. There you go. I'm also, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I weirdly have been getting more people saying don't play D2R than people saying play it. I don't know. I think I'm going to poll the community later and we'll see what everybody says. Guilty, what's up? Frey, hello. Night of the Knee Gaming, hello. Play it, play. James, how's it going? Bro, I'm in YouTube land because it runs better at work. That's fine. Not today, though. I literally just put on socials pass or play on D2R. It's like 125 comments on it. I was like, holy crap. There's a lot of opinions. Shin, what's up? Dala. Bills, yo. Hello. Who else is here? Veteran, what up? Mana Spammer, yo. There's a lot of people here. Frosty, it's not too late. Are you ready to join the stream? You're going to give D2R a day when ladder launches. Ladders are coming to D2R. Is that true? Diesel, what's up? Side quest, hello. Wade Walkers, Battle Bunny, hello. Alt F4 Gaming. Titan Quest 2 has a small patch. Yeah, I saw that. They knocked out the multiplicative on leveling up in passives. I've never played D2R, so no opinions on whether to play or not. There's already at least 2 people today in this stream. I've been on camera for 6 minutes that said, great, there's one person in the world not playing D2R. I don't know. It's like, hey, bro, good to see you. Are you stalling? Are you stalling? What do you mean? Summoning circle for Frosty. The podcast is scheduled at noon. So if you look at the clock above, it starts. There's a clock. Summoning circle's ready for Frosty LaRue. Thomas is probably playing it now. Yeah, I'm trying to duck it, but everyone's playing it. D2R. D2R isn't very watchable. Aaron, what time is it for you right now? It is 10:18 a.m. It's 10:18 a.m. At the end of the podcast, we'll be giving away 1 No Rest for the Wicked key. That's I pinned it on Twitch. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Give away a Wicked key. I live in Idaho land. Yes, Mountain Time. D2 is the greatest ARPG ever made, and it's not close. If you even remotely like ARPGs, you should be played. And in this updated form, it is a match of current quality of life players. Enjoy. Just my opinion. I see. It's already noon for me. I thought I'd ask. Yeah, no worries. It's a masterpiece. So you're saying, Aaron, your name is Aaron Action RPG. You are required to play Warlock and D2R. Would that be fair? Correct. That's what it is. I stayed in Boise once during a road trip. Boise's beautiful. Or you have to remove the ARPG part from your name. You read the person that put that out there. Can you ask Thomas about new rune magic classes like Necromancer and Healing, please? All right, everybody. Flash bang warning. Flash bang warning. Oh my gosh, even when I look at it. Oh, flash bang warning. You've been warned. All right, my questions and stuff that I have for the podcast. No, don't start typing my eyes or something. Just don't. You don't have to say anything. Okay. This is what I got for the podcast today. The start. Wicked Together recap. How's Moon Studios feeling right now? Kind of talk through talk through what has currently happened for them in the studio, selling 500,000 copies in 2 weeks, right? Basically like a victory lap. So we're going to start with the victory lap. Now, the entire podcast, most of the podcast, if not all of it, this is what I care about. I want to talk about the future of No Rest for the Wicked. So the things that have kind of been leaked and been talked about. The comfort system, class system, farming, compendium, 4 more areas with new biomes, 5 new bosses, ability to enchant gear and tools, castle purchase coming to Sacrament, PvP, 4 more statues unlocked for the Crucible, war table, kind of like a boss rush, and level cap increase. This is 95% of the podcast. Is trying to get Thomas to give us as much possible information on the future. Okay? Now, some other things. How much more of the game is coming in 1.0, doubling in size? Would it be safe to say 50%? Is the next major update 1.0, or will we get another large early access patch? And then these are all the community questions that we built together yesterday. This looks really good. This is the community questions from yesterday. Transmogs. Right now it's hard to match visual sets. That is true. We have double daggers. Any chance for other double weapons, double swords, double axes, etc. Fast travel directly from the map and whispers being labeled on the map, like name of location. Thoughts on mini-map in the corner. Gathering going straight into your inventory instead of having to click over and over. Example, click to chop wood twice and then 2 times to pick up. Any plans for less fall damage modifiers? This one's kind of a joke, but I don't know who would actually give up damaging and survivability for less fall, but maybe. I guess maybe speedrunners, ways to skip the map. Is there going to be any major updates to runes and gems? Basically, balance changes. Will the weight load change with the class system? Will attributes change with the class system? A trade system for gems and embers, basically like a conversion. Like 10 chip gems can be upgraded. Any plans for item locking, inventory locking, or realm recovery systems? Almost every single day, someone says, I deleted my weapon. I accidentally destroyed my armor. I hear that all the time. These questions are from Frosty LaRue. Are you happy with the state of new plague and bleed infusions? Actually, are you happy with the state of plague and bleed infusions? Dots. Changes to quivers in the co-op update patch. Are we getting more building projects for Sacrament? Are house pets in the future? So you get in bed, pet your cat, and then you go off to battle. There's no way we're getting to all these questions. There's no way. What about smarter cliffside mechanics? I'm sick of running off ladders and vines. This happens to me all the time. Server options, example of being able to disable friendly fire. PTRs in the future. A throwing system where we can pick up monsters and throw them in a direction for collision damage or off cliffs. Would Thomas ever consider jack-in-the-box mechanics where you kill random forest critters and there's a chance they mutate into something else? Would you consider loot he's not going to like this question, I don't think. Would he consider loot goblin concept, which would be really total RNG to discover or find? I don't know, maybe he wouldn't. These are community questions. Further expand upon cross-play and cross-saves for PC and PS5. So, like, how's that going to work? Can you have the game on 2 versions and play? Will there be options to decorate the walls of your pad with wallpaper, portraits, pics, customizable ones? Will there be DLCs post-version ones that'll take us the other lands? I could actually already answer this. Thomas confirmed with me that a snow area, like snowy mountains, you know, avalanche, that area is coming in a future DLC. I can't wait to see how Wicked does a cold area. That is going to be awesome. So this is what we got so far. Somebody asked, do we have PvP? PvP's right here under the main 12 topics on the future. I've got PvP. A very rare ember that's able to change scaling, like from int, like rare crafting materials. A treasure monster in a basement in a dark, small area. That's not a bad idea. The problem is it would have to be random. If it was always in that basement and you knew it was there, it would just be a farmable area instead of like exciting to find. Yeah, I was one of those guys that deleted their weapon. Yep. I die more to falling than anything else. Yeah, me too. So, anyways, this is what I currently have planned for today. These are the questions. If somehow we get through all this, I would be absolutely amazed. I feel like we'll get to like here, and that'll be the 2-hour podcast. But I'll do my best to try and get through the stuff. So can you please place an F-bomb counter on the screen? Somebody can do it. Oh boy. When Thomas starts talking, you can't just cut him off. Bonuses for armor sets that match. Oh, set stuff, huh? We need an over-under betting lines on F-bombs from Thomas. Guys, he's not going to cuss during the podcast. He's not going to cuss. All right. How soon into the podcast will Thomas say the F word? How many minutes? Care to take a wager on that? What? 2 minutes? 1 minute, 3 minutes, 30 sec. The first sentence. I love that idea. Always wondered why they don't have benefits for wearing the same armor type. Yeah, it's supposed to be just visual. I can add that to the list of questions. He's going to say F and hello, first question. So, guys, I'll write that question down on basically under transmogs. Right now, it's hard to match visual sets. Any plans for same set bonuses? Okay, I'll add that to that question. Knowing that I have enough questions and things to talk about for probably 5 hours, I'm not going to start adding questions, okay? That being said, we will do a live Q&A at the end. And I'll do my best to answer, as many questions as you guys have as possible, okay? So the questions are set for now. But, yeah, there's just so many. What's up, Diesel? Derek, what's up? No worries, I can get my questions in the next. There's just so many. Yesterday we built so many questions. I was like, how the hell am I going to get through all these? Even just all cloth, all mesh, all plate bonuses would be cool. How are we all doing? Doing good. Derek, I'm a little nervous. Like this much. Frosty LaRue will not be joining me for the Town Portal podcast today, so it'll be just me and Thomas chatting. This will be the first time Thomas has been live on a podcast since their game has gone crazy. I'm sure it'll be fine, It's just, it'll be fine. He's shaking in his boots. I'm not shaking in my boots. You're going to show off the marshmallow? It's not a marshmallow. It's a very sophisticated weapon. Same step bonuses would be sweet, although I would like to see transmodification part of the game. Hey, hey. Get out of here. Yeah, guys, Frosty is not joining me for the podcast today. It's not a marshmallow. Everyone says it looks like I'm roasting a marshmallow on a stick. It's not that. It's a very sophisticated ham. What the hell is it? It's a club. It's a club, dude. Man, you ruined that marshmallow. It's a club, big guy. When does Thomas join? I know there's a lot of crap on the screen right now. Top left corner, podcast starts in 90 minutes. Any updates on the bow build? Right now, I'm not putting out updates on any of the builds. It looks like there's might... Oh my gosh, there might be some major rebalancing, so I'm going to wait and see what it is. That bow build would be completely different. All I heard was more soon. This elevator killed me the first time. Back to Wicked. Starting to think you might like this game. Hey, it's the club I was telling you about. Dude, I don't even like Wicked. I just play it because you guys like it. You know, I don't even like it. I just pretend to like it, you know. Fusion. I sense another lie. I'm serious. I hope Thomas makes fun of you so bad that you start crying like a baby. I hope you cry like a baby. What do you think of that?
Sure.
I am crying like a baby. I knew it. Yeah, we went through all the questions I will be asking today, so I feel good about that. Yesterday I did all the technical tests, so other than maybe adjusting Thomas's audio, that should be good. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Diesel, we've been taking bets on how long before Thomas drops an F-bomb. How long into the podcast before he says the F word? Not other swear words, the F word. How long? $10 seconds. It's not going to be 10 seconds. What time is Thomas coming on? If you look at the top left corner of the screen, podcast starts in 1 hour and 26 minutes. We are officially in pre-show. A second. It'll be 1 second. Oh, nice. This already gives you fast travel. Great. Now I got to fight the bat people, guys. 10, 15 minutes, then F-bomb rally. That's what it is. I need more end game content. More end game content? Hi, everybody. I see he's still cooking with the marshmallow. It's not a marshmallow, dude. It's not a marshmallow. First word he says is F. No. Why did I just do what I just did? Think I could survive this? I guess we could just jump down here, right? No. Aaron, what did you do? No, it won't let you go back there. I missed your questions. We'll go over the questions one more time. Oh, there we go. Where's my homeboy at? Hey, what's up, buddy?
Don't worry. I've been in holes deeper and cages smaller than this.
Sad sack. Hey, I'm looking forward to the podcast. Thanks for the tier 2. Thank you. How can we get more end game when we haven't reached the end of the game yet? I just want 1.0. So, obviously a lot of people that play Path of Exile, Diablo, Last Epoch, Torchlight, basically any isometric hack and slash, from what I've seen, a lot of times they'll rush the campaign because it's like built into our brains. The game starts at end game. So I know you follow a walkthrough, you follow a leveling guide, you follow an S tier meta progression build guide, you fly through the story, and now you're at end game, and you're disappointed because there's no end game. Wicked is the opposite of that. So you should spend as much time as you possibly can in the campaign, exploring the areas, finding the secrets, testing weapons and different builds, and doing everything in your power to not follow leveling guides, build guides, walkthrough guides. And that is like one of the best Wicked experiences you will have, in my opinion. Teddy, what's up? Don't break it open, then I gotta kill all the bat people.
Are you proud of your time here, Sarah?
I'm dumping stream chat for a moment. And podcast image. All right. Will you put the podcast on YouTube later to watch? Yep. Yes, I will. Kill them all? That's the plan.
I've known such men my whole life.
Every time she's on the screen, there's one person that's like, I could fix her. Just don't even start, guys.
Who talk for hours. Who fill whole tomes explaining why the right thing to do is always nothing. I came from nothing.
You want the armor of those two guards?
All I ever had was purpose. I won't stand by as the people of Caelin perish. They will ask how God saved his faithful.
She's a wife material?
And we will say,
she can fix me. You guys have a real problem.
he brought down mountains.
Bro, this game is so good, dude. This game is so good. All right. Now I gotta light up all these bat idiots. Brought down mountains. Commence genocide, no. She's a cult leader and a moron. This is anything but wife material. That's the funny joke.
With many eyes, you see my future. With many hands, you protect my journey.
Dude, her guards are gnarly too. This is crazy.
With many eyes, you see my future. With many hands, you protect my journey. With many eyes, you...
Iquinsuocha! Inquinsuocha! Sorry. Never mind. What did you just call me? Kill them! Kill them all! Run, sir! Here we go. Game time. I want these guys as my minions. Oh, great. Now look what I got to deal with. Guys, it's Blade 2. No Mac. Come on, you stupid bat people. Why do they keep hitting me? Hold on. Get away from me. I got something for you. Hey, that wasn't very nice. These stupid bats! They are driving him batty. He was already justice for the bat people. What the hell are you talking about? Look at this idiot. Look, look. Land. I got something for you. Yeah. The hell out of here. Who the hell are you? Oh, Nomac's brother. Here, eat this. You didn't know I had a marshmallow, did ya? Oh, you did not shoot that green stuff at me. Anyone else got a problem? Huh? I need to watch that movie again. It's been too long. Honestly, compared to the others, this boss fight feels overwhelming. Spin to win, huh? You guys didn't think a marshmallow would be victor. Wait, why am I calling it a marshmallow? It's not a marshmallow. What's with the headphones today, sir? I wear headphones for podcasts. That way you don't get an echo when you have a guest on. It's like a burning rotisserie chicken. Rotisserie chicken? You said it and forget it. Get it? You at the old... Never mind. All right. Wow, what? What did I say? The infomercial guys will be calling you soon.
I can. Voices of the city.
Can we watch the Blade trilogy for movie night? You can't. There's only 2 movies, I think. I don't think they ever made a 3rd one.
And the clerics singing at Moor Hall. The weaver humming to her loom. The horses in the stables where they're gone.
Called Blade Trinity? Nope, never heard of it. You're such a troll. I didn't say anything, Shadow. I didn't say anything. Oh, gosh. All right, everybody. I apologize for the spoiler. I didn't give a spoiler warning. Spoiler warning. This is where the campaign ends. And when you want to talk about Moon Studios setting up the next campaign adventure, I mean, I guess if you love this game as much as I do, you just cannot wait for more. You just can't. Can we take her back to our house? She seems sad. Something's wrong with you. You have a real problem. Aaron, I put 9 hours into Torchlight Infinite. Something just feels off about the game. Slow, clunky. How do you feel about it? I like it. But it just... what Torchlight Infinite does so well is your character progression and end game. Like, the campaign it's a skippable moment for sure. Spoiler! Wow, Aaron just spoiled everything. I want to explore this zone immediately. Yes. All I see down here is a bunch of bat people that need to be eradicated, you know? Or turn into my minions. Would probably actually be better, is kind of my thought. Yeah, the next area of the campaign, like the spooky fog city, is going to be awesome. I look at this area too, and I just think, how many secrets and ladders and like how many hidden things could be in this city? What? Right? At least 2 for sure. At least 1. I wonder if it'll let me jump off. Come on. You always... Wait. Wait a second. Will it let me get on the ledge? Do it? What do you mean, do it? Jump? Aim for the bushes. All right, everybody. When you get to the end of the No Rest for the Wicked campaign, This is what they leave you with. We're going to see if maybe the campaign isn't over and you could extend the story by jumping off this ledge. That's pretty funny, huh? You guys, that's funny, huh? Clip it? What do you mean clip it? Don't clip that. Splat, almost. Maybe I just need to try it one more time. Listen to this. I'm impressed he actually did it. Try the bigger bush. Yep, better chances. You did it wrong. You got closer to the bat people. Wow, I never saw that coming. Instant death. Not even a splat. You're right, it's insta-death. It's not very nice, Moon Studios. I didn't even have a chance to live, you know? You guys know what I mean. I missed the bush. I should try one more time. We don't even have the level 3 bed yet. Make sure to add that question to the podcast. All right, everybody, we're about an hour away from welcoming Thomas onto the stream. Somebody said earlier, I can't believe Thomas is coming on again so soon, which is true. He was just on 3 or 4 weeks ago. Today's podcast is about the future. It's about the future. I'm going to do everything in my power to try and, I don't know, weasel as much information as possible. That is the plan today. Anybody out there playing D2R? Is it feeling good?
Let me know.
Level 2 bed. I already have that one. You guys want to see it? No. Maybe at 30 minutes we'll go over the questions again.
Fresh way of living it. Maybe they know. What more proof do you need? If not us, then who, Sarah?
I'm considering playing the new No Man's Sky update. It feels great. Warlock is a lot of fun. Nice. Update's a good step in the right direction.
Was this your doing?
Why would you care what that old man has to say?
Ellsworth will see us
The pestilence. It threatens to swallow us all. Randolph's men.
Aaron, do you know if you could hire the guards and equip them with items like D2? No.
Please. If ever your wisdom was needed, it's now.
He was lucid before, I swear. His mind is like the sun.
Pestilence is taking over. Hey guys, what's up?
He rifles through old journals and tomes, scrawling the same thing over and over in the margins. Seen you.
What does it mean?
Perhaps nothing. Or perhaps the plague carries its own death within it. If there's an answer, I fear we won't find it here.
Aaron, ask if Necromancer can revive your friends as minions when they die while playing together.
Far be it from me.
Oh, brother. No, because then people would they'd make juiced up characters mean to die to make a necro armor.
And if you...
Actually, that sounds like a lot of fun.
You must bend death to your will.
It would be hilarious. You just want my marshmallow weapon. I know what's happening. The pestilence. You know of any good farm spots? I love this game, but I hate the RNG. I always go to my same fishing spot. Lower right. It's lower right of lower right. All right. Pastalands, pestilence, sir. Everybody knows that. Gosh. I think Aaron would like a necromancer to revive him because he dies so much. Haven't died today, and the jump at the end doesn't count. So don't. That doesn't count. We have officially played 3 full playthroughs since the update dropped. Bow, sword and board, and two-handed plate. Now core punk. You did, bro. Aaron, Warlock is a new toy box. Lots to play around with and try to solve. The quality of life stuff, though, will actually get me to keep playing. Aaron, can you ask if we'll be able to choose what we summon? For example, if we only want skeletons and not those mind-controlled summon types. I don't know if he's going to have a lot to talk about for Necromancer. We are going to talk extensively about the class system. But from what I understand, Necromancer is not on 1.0 list. So we'll see. Get out of here, worms. Aaron, do you have Thomas on speed dial? I wasn't ready for those guys. Now I'm pissed off. Hell out of here. No, I don't have Thomas on speed dial. Thomas is nice enough to answer my questions when I ask, though. But no. Question's probably been asked 1,000 times. We'll talk about release timing. Just know that I would be shocked if Thomas gives us any dates. What I really want to know, and I'm hoping we could get an answer, is do we have another major early access patch, or is the next update dropped 1.0? Do you think we can get both of them? We'll go for the witch. Late question for the podcast. For Necromancer minions, they showcase the early demo, just normal Risen, but they're going to have specific minions, or is it just going to be based on raising fallen enemies? In the demo, he shows you could raise a regular guy, or you could raise enemies that you've slain. I don't think they're actually working on Necromancer. I don't know. We'll see. Max, it adds 20% damage. So I don't care about the fire infusion. I care about the 20% damage. Okay, there's so many questions. All right, guys. We are 1 hour until the podcast. Flash bang warning. Ready? Flash bang warning. You've been warned. Oh, I can't even look at it. All right. My eyes. All right. So, start of the podcast will be Wicked Together recap. How's Moon Studios feeling right now? Basically, a victory lap. This is meant to be a victory lap to start. You didn't warn me. All right. So, yeah, this will be a victory lap. Then the entire podcast, guys, I want to be as clear as possible. The entire podcast, this is what I truly care about, is getting as much information I can on the future. Now, leaks, comments, This is exactly different things Moon Studios have said. The comfort system is coming. Housing. The class system is coming. Farming. Compendium. 4 more areas with new biomes. 5 more bosses. Ability to enchant gear and tools. Castle purchase coming to Sacrament. PvP. 4 more statues unlocked for the Crucible. War table, which is like a boss rush. Level cap increase. This, I mean, if the whole podcast were these 12 things and Thomas broke down each system and what it's going to look like and when it's coming, it would be a tremendous success. Okay? So the main focus of the podcast is the future. Trying to get as much info as humanly possible. How much more of the game is coming? Doubling in size. Would it be safe to say 50% is done? Is the next major update 1.0 or early access? Podcast starts in 1 hour. It actually starts in 58 minutes. 58 minutes. Then yesterday, over the course of 3 hours, the community wrote out questions, and we came up with 24 additional questions. There is no way we get through. There's just no chance in hell we get through all this. But transmogs, it's hard to match visual sets. Any plan for same set bonuses? We have dual daggers. Any chance for double swords, double axes? Fast travel directly from the map or labeling the map. Mini map in the corner. Gathering straight into your inventory instead of having to click perfect, then click to pick up. Seems ridiculous. Plans for fall damage modifiers, balance changes, weight load changes, attribute changes, a trade or conversion system. So I have 10 chipped skulls. Can I, trade those in to boost it to a bigger skull? Item locking, inventory locking, realm locking. People sell and break their crap all the time. Frosty wants to know if they're happy with the state of plague and bleed. Basically dots, changes to quivers in the future. More building projects for Sacrament, house pets. Smarter cliffside mechanics like running off ladders and vines. Server options, being able to disable friendly fire, PTR in the future. A throwing system, being able to pick up and throw people off cliffs. A jack-in-the-box mechanic, basically when you kill bunnies, squirrels, foxes, deer, a chance for, them to turn into something, basically random encounters. Loot goblins, cross-play and cross-saves, how that's going to work with PS5 and PC. Wall decor, and new lands after 1.0 DLC. So this is the question list, with the main bulk being the future. Definitely item locking and transmog. I know Thomas is going to say no to transmog. Well, these are the community questions, but I feel like we have so much to talk about under future content that I was joking earlier that we'll probably get to here. And that's the 2 hour stream. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. We'll just see how it goes. And then at the end of the podcast, we'll do a 10 or 15 minute Q&A from the community. And I'll do my best to try and, get as many questions from you guys answered as possible. So, yeah, I feel like we're ready. Yeah, and then I've got the class system stuff already set up. So we'll talk about 1.0 classes. I know Thomas is working on this right now personally. So this will likely eat up a lot. Necromancer is on here for 1.0 classes. I don't know. We'll see. More Crucible statues, something that needs to be answered for the endgame loop. Yeah, they've talked about already one of the statues, right? Add this one. Option to sell off weapons or salvage to get more wood. So you could salvage your equipment for pieces instead of having to gather. That's a pretty good question. Salvage actually would be crazy good. Yeah, that was a question good enough that I added. I said I'm not adding any more questions to the list. Auto pickup of mining, that's already on the list. I've already got that. I'll ask that question for sure. Ask about Santa hats. Oh, brother. So yeah, those are the questions for the podcast. Starts in 53 minutes. I don't know. I mean, I guess I probably still would do that once I don't care about gold, but like one of the main sources of your income is selling items. Reading the PTR question, will you include availability for non-content creators? I don't even know how PTR works. Is it only content creators? Is that how it currently? I don't even. The power of the marshmallow. Get out of here. I feel like all these enemies are trying to kill me. Minor complaint here, the location on the timing circle not being at the water when fishing. Oh, man. We've talked about that in great lengths. That the circle's at your reel and not where the line ends. And the line normally doesn't end where the fish are jumping. So, like, you cast onto the bank. Okay, good. It's not just me. Yes. Fishing timing circle not being on the end of the line and the line not being next to the fish. All right, added. By the way, who do I talk to change my base stats respec? I forgot. I have a full video walkthrough on it on YouTube, how to update your attributes, but you unlock it through the Crucible. Any other good offhands other than shields like focus? I mean, you could use a quiver for a bow. Aaron, please ask about weapon versions of the gathering tools. I need a fishing pole build. We're going to talk about enchantments for tools. And I'll see if I could get that in there. Somebody asked yesterday that they want a shoveler, which then we talked about mystery men for an hour. But, yeah. Kaiser, Kaiser, sometimes you crack me up, dude. You just crack me up. Get out of here, rat. Podcast is about Wicked? Yes. CEO of No Rest for the Wicked, creative director, is joining me today. Kaiser, I put out an entire Dragonkin video yesterday on YouTube and pinned it all day. The weapon stats, Anvil Scribe, only showing 10 for all attributes. Should show the actual weapon equip stats. I never noticed. Yeah. I've actually put out, I think, 3 Dragonkin videos semi-recently. Oh my gosh, the guy's yelling help. I never saved him, huh? Damn it. I'm sure I saved him. I didn't leave him on the bridge stranded. This guy. I think I saved... Damn it.
God's reach. Finally someone heard. I was out fishing for clams when a pack of the Risen came through. I thought I could make my way across the old bridge and out.
I didn't abandon him. Guys, it's not what it looks like.
See if you can find another way around before I end up like that poor sod over there.
You should be ashamed. Come on, guys. You left him to rot. No, I didn't. Justice for Gordon. Oh, gosh. And all he wants to do is make food for you. Oh, God. This is what I got to put up with. Excited for the podcast. I'm going to tell Thomas what you did. Come on. That's not fair. See that? Gordon was probably scared of this guy, so I had to go take care of him. So now now I made up for it. Is that fair to say? Sure? What do you mean, sure? You got the new bow? I got it. With sharp on it. People don't like sharp. An extra 40% crit damage. It's not even a good facet. I think that's the best facet you could get, actually, if I remember correctly. All right. It is true I'm on the streamer client. I'm not on the streamer client. Aaron, just curious why you never go for parries. They're pretty easy in this game. I don't know. I just have never been very good at it. I did get better with the parrying system as I played this class, but then it got to the point where I do so much damage that it really doesn't matter. So then I just reverted back. Kane, when is the podcast? All right, Kane. This is going to be like an Easter egg hunt, okay? Somewhere, like you're trying to find something in Wicked, there'll be a way to decipher the start time of the podcast. It'll be a fun little Wicked mini game.
I'll make it quick.
When's the podcast? Next year. Hey, man. Podcast fun times today? That's right. Is that not a subathon timer? Yeah, guys. Podcast starts in 42 minutes. Hell out of here. Mortalize, what's up? Yeah, today, CEO, top dog of Moon Studios and No Rest for the Wicked, creative director Thomas Mahler, will be joining me to talk about the future of Wicked and recap Wicked together. It'll be the first appearance since all the craziness. Should be really good. I hope it's good. How's blasting going? Blasting's going good. We just finished the full playthrough of No Rest for the Wicked for the third time. First character was a bow. Second character was sword and board. And third character is plate, two-handed. Two-handed plate. Oh, you think that's funny, huh? What's your favorite? Oh, man, that's hard. I would say the most fun is bow. The strongest was sword and board. And then two-hander. But I put the least amount of time into two-hander. So you need a wand or a staff run. Community said I'm not allowed to play wands because they're broken. Aaron, are you going to cover the PlayStation State of Play? Wait, when is that? Let me through. 4 p.m. today? Yeah. I'm excited to hear about what is it? The community let me play bow and it's broken. That's different. I started with bow. They couldn't stop me. Not that they wanted to stop me. Question, if I don't have durability, will the damage resistant perk still apply? Like you're indestructible? You don't want to be indestructible. Now, just curious. When I walk across a beam like this, you guys don't want me to fall, right? You want me to walk across it safely, right? I just want to... False? Oh, sure. I wish I was playing so I could push you off. Nope, fall, sure. No, never. I don't think I've been here. This is the key for the Gordon quest to kick down this ladder. To save him. This beam, yes, water saves you. I plead the fifth. Oh, brother.
You have my thanks, traveler. Any more time stranded up here and I'd be eating my shoes. Wife's gonna kill me. I know Caroline sees me as the heroic sort. Wouldn't want to dispel her of that notion.
See? I saved him, guys. I did that. I was saving that quest so you guys could see it, because maybe you guys haven't done it before, so. Just thought you should know that. We absolutely want you to break dance across the beam. Do we have good questions for the podcast? Yes. I've covered them twice already in this pre-stream. I feel like I have so many questions, there is no possible way I could get through all of them. But I will, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. The podcast is focused around the future of Wicked. So we will start with a small recap and little victory lap for Moon Studios on everything they have achieved with Wicked together. And then we're going to go into the future. That is the plan. Ask Thomas when they'll start Wicked 2 production. On the last podcast, we asked when Wicked Mobile is coming. So... we're hoping to get an idea of when we could get the mobile version. Kind of like Diablo Immortal, but Wicked. So that's what we're hoping for. I just got here. Are you already telling stories? He's quaking in his boots about the podcast. Guys, I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. It's just a little different not having Frosty here. Normally, I could just, you know, not be paying attention, and Frosty does all the work. So now I got to pay attention. Wait, did I say that out? No, I didn't say that out loud. Okay. So it's just, you know. When is Aaron not telling a story? What's that supposed to mean? He's totally freaking out. I'm not freaking out. Don't you guys have phones? Exactly. You guys should be proud of me. You said no way in hell I beat the campaign. We've now beat it with 3 characters. And where's Wicked Club at? Wicked Club, if you didn't know, after day 1, I switched the game to the hardest difficulty. So we beat the campaign 2-handed plate on the hardest difficulty too. So, I just thought you should know that. So these other streamers prop him up. Time to expose him. That's right.
Man's best friend is a blade.
The game's too easy? You think Wicked's too easy? Are you using enhancement gems? Or a bow? Or a wand? Or following a build guide? With the streamer client, it does not count. Now use bombs against boss. He used bombs against bosses. Very, very seldom. Yeah, but you played bows for like 2 weeks. It is too easy at the end. Yeah, yeah. For sure. For sure. I think it just, again, like, people need to keep in mind that the game is designed as a, you know, more of a campaign RPG fable than a PoE. How long is the campaign? It depends how you play it. Depends how you play it.
A book.
If you play it, I'm following a leveling guide and an S tier meta progression build guide and a walkthrough. You'll finish it pretty fast. If you play it like a live service ARPG, I really think you'll hate Wicked. I truly mean that. Not trying to be a jerk. And humble, I am not using a stick with a marshmallow on it. I am using fire infusion, and it's a club. So it kind of, it's a very sophisticated weapon. Okay. Sure looks like it. It's a s'more stick. It's not a s'more stick. It's not a s'more stick. Campaign's 10 hours? No way. No. I don't believe that. Okay, guys, I want you to take a second and answer this question after you think. If you know nothing, zero, like literally zero. Oh, I heard No Rest for the Wicked is fun. You buy it, no help, no leveling guides, no build guides, no walkthrough, no how to craft, nothing. Brand new, fresh player playthrough. How long does it take you to beat the campaign? It's way longer than 10 hours. I think it is. 30 or more? That's what I would say. 6 months. There's no way it's 10 hours. It takes you 10 hours to freaking upgrade the whole city. 30-ish? Yeah. Probably 30 because I'm having fun. First time, though. Yeah, first time. Shoulder checked him off the edge and then did the off the edge move. Smoke defied. Me and my friend just finished the campaign first time in 28 hours. Yeah. Took me like 30 hours, 30 to 40 hours. I'm so slow and I explore everything. He's learning. Do you see that? I did a fresh playthrough, no help, took about 40 hours. Yeah, I think that's a good spot. Oh my gosh, 30 minutes till the podcast. Maybe I should call it off. Wait, what did I say? Okay. No, what? Don't you dare. It's too late for that. Okay, 30-minute warning. I gotta post. I gotta do all my posts real quick and tell Thomas. 30-minute warning. Okay. This is not D2R. You think that's what I should be playing right now? D2R. He's telling Thomas we're making up lies about him? No. Dance Dance Revolution. All right. Huh? I'll come back when he isn't playing Wicked. Wait, what's wrong? Ask him about bow balancing. It's too broken. That's like a... I have an overall balance question, but I'm not going to be talking about specifics. I'm sure maybe bow will come up. Again, I'm okay even if they cut the bow damage in half and removed enhancement gems. I just don't want them to change how bows play. I love their play style. The damage, it doesn't really care. I could do that too. You don't like you when I shoulder check you? Hell out of here. Fire Blast needs to be buffed. There's a lot of OP balance issues where I figure they have a lot of time to worry about balancing. I mean, it's not a very popular opinion, but I really want Wicked to feel different than Diablo, PoE, Last Epoch, Torchlight. I don't want the game to devolve into one button builds and, you know, a trillion damage OP. I think they should probably remove enhancement gems. I don't know how they ever balance enhancement gems. Ever. You stupid witch! Shoulder checking is wild. More, please. It is not one button builds. You need to press 2 buttons to access the runes. Okay, that's fair. More shoulder checking. There you go. Is that better? Those witches are the bane of my existence. Is it this level? It might be. Hold on. No rest for the resurrect. We need D2R, but Wicked Edition. No, this isn't the level. The level where you got to jump across that little opening and the witch is there that knocks you off the edge. I hate that. The ring that spends health instead of focus should also be removed. Yeah, that ring, but that ring, isn't it not as strong if you remove the focus enhancement gem, right? $22 minutes. Uh-oh. It's really strong even without it because the rune attacks are so powerful. I guess that's true, and you can get enough life leech where it's... Yeah, take this! Streamer client, nerf two-handers. I just shoulder checked him and he died. He just fell over. No, we don't want plague infusion. Cheater? I'm not cheating. Remember, don't be awkward in the interview. Yeah, okay, so I don't have Frosty. Don't be awkward. Act natural. Answer or ask and get all the information of the questions we want. What else? Just don't suck? Is that better? Force him to leak stuff. Don't freak out about his cussing. He is blushing. Oh my gosh. Don't screw up. Ask for a hot tub for the house. Are they doing a console port to the game? Yeah, at 1.0 it's coming to Switch 2 and PS5. No, we already have bets. If you guys weren't here for the conversation earlier, how long into the podcast before Thomas drops an F-bomb? And what's the over-under on how many F-bombs he drops? 10 seconds? 10 seconds. 1 minute, 100 F-bombs. Over 20? I'm gonna say 20 seconds. The over-under is 43 and a half. Time to cook up the parlay. He just pushed me into the fire. He's in his own fire. He should die from that. Guys, idea. Instead of spending channel points, let's gamble on Aaron's stream via third-party gambling system. Yeah, that's a great idea. How long until the podcast with Thomas? Why do I even try it? All right. When's the podcast? Very funny, Tech. What's the countdown for? You guys are seriously. I don't know what to say. Fire whirlwind. No polka during the podcast. Yes, blurps are disabled. Oh my gosh, guilty. You need to disable blurps. I almost forgot. Oh, who said? Somebody said that to remind me. Thank you so much, whoever said that. Thank you. Dang it. Who did that? You messed up the plan? What? Guys, I would have remembered. I would have remembered. Oh, sure. I would have remembered, guys. No, you wouldn't have. Imagine in the middle of the podcast, you hear Aaron's been dropping logs all day, dude. That's not funny. Okay, peeps. I need to drop. I'll be back when I can. Wish me luck on my job interview. Good luck. Brother. This build looks too easy. I haven't even really put it together yet. We just beat the campaign and cleared our first pestilence. And people are like, can you kill Echo Knight? And I was like, I don't know. We killed him in the campaign earlier, but it's harder now. This guy has knocked me off the edge twice. Not very nice. Whose birthday is it? Mark, happy birthday, good sir. Happy birthday. I hate those guys, I know. Ow. Tech, I got to do a Town Portal podcast without Frosty. What the hell am I supposed to say? I don't know anything. Bring Tech into the interview. What? He's never even... Tech hasn't even played the game. He knows less than me. Oh, great. You're already cracking. I'm not cracking under the pressure. Bro is folding. I'm not folding. All ARPGs start on the beach. That would be your question for Thomas. Hey, why is it required all ARPGs start on the beach? That's what Tech would ask. Exactly. I see. It's a very relevant question. All right, our first attempt at Echo Knight after beating Endgame. Or after beating the campaign. Come on, you stupid horse guy. Get away from me! I can't believe I let him hit me with that. Come on! Uh-oh. This is cheating! Holy crap, we didn't die from that. Okay, guys, listen. I wanted to die. I didn't want everybody to think I was going to beat him on my first try. So I just meant, I didn't want everyone to put me on this pedestal of excellence. So I decided to just give it up. So just so everybody's aware. So that's the excuse this time. It's not an excuse. I'm saying that the first attempt at Echo Knight, we almost killed him on the hardest difficulty. And I don't want people to think that the game needs rebalancing or that I'm some kind of master. So I'm just... You got greedy. I know. I know I did. I stopped being patient. I know. But that's what happened, in case anybody's curious. So... No shoulder. Can you shoulder barrage him? Can you actually do that? Not to scare everybody. I was talking to Thomas. Well, I guess it's been 3 hours ago. He hasn't checked in yet. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. Guys, if Thomas doesn't show up, it's no big deal. You have me to listen to, so I'll answer all the questions. Thomas is ghosting Aaron. No. If Thomas doesn't show up, you're going to Diablo. Got it. Wait, is that what I said? Aaron is so nervous I could hear him shaking. You hear me shaking in my boots? Guys, at the end of the podcast, we'll be giving away 1 copy of No Rest for the Wicked. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !a giveaway. Get a copy for your friend at that $35 price.
I see the glint of steel in your eyes.
All right, 5 minutes. Let me use the restroom real quick. 1 sec.
This is interference in the free market. Okay. Thomas has checked in. Oh my gosh. I was hoping he wouldn't show up so I could cancel this thing. Wait, what did I say? Make Aaron play hardcore next, guys. Force him. What? Hardcore? Big guy, you know what I mean. Pretty cool for Thomas to show up at the start of Subathon 5. Oh, did you wash your hands? Yes, I washed my hands. Typical. Okay. Guilty. Can you please pause blurps if you haven't already? Did you shave? No. You brush your teeth? Yes. That's what you're wearing for this interview? What the hell am I supposed to be wearing? A suit? You think I'm underdressed or overdressed? Should I take my shirt off for the podcast? You think that would make it better? Blurps are paused. I tried so many times. I would suit up. Yes. Yes, this is Thomas. Did you drink water? Will you guys stop asking me questions? Topless podcasts are the new hot stuff. The pipe is necessary. Are you nervous? I don't know. I'll be fine. I think your fly is down. Do you have a snack in case you get hungry? No. You take a potty break? Yes. I'm surprised you're not playing D2R. Jartik, you think I should be playing? I'm about to bring on Moon Studios CEO Thomas in 2 minutes. And I don't have Frosty LaRue. Yes? Are you going to fart because you're nervous? I'm fine. Yes, now Frosty's in chat. So not only does Frosty not helping me on the podcast, I got to listen to him in chat the whole time. Oh, God. That's not funny, guys. Frosty's in chat. I know he's at work. Damn it. If you're gonna spew in this, Stephen. Wow, that awkward silence is here. All right, everyone. Tech helped me set up all the scenes yesterday. So the scenes and all the camera stuff should be good. Alerts in chat will be turned off on screen, and blurps have been paused. I'm going to go grab CEO, creative director of Moon Studios, Thomas Mahler. And today we're going to be talking about the future of No Rest for the Wicked. And you're not allowed to say crap in chat that I could read that's going to screw me up. Okay? So none of all that. No, just sit there quietly and just relax. Oh, we're definitely doing that. Challenge accepted. I need one person, though. I need one person to track how many F-bombs and how long until the first F-bomb. Okay, that's all I need. Timer is done. That F-bomb doesn't count. Guys, stream is going completely silent while I set up Thomas. I'll see you all in a few minutes. If I come back at all.
Unite, along with Aaron and Frosty, we're taking flight, tune in, level up, turn the quest in the world of action, we're the best.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the official Town Portal podcast. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG. And with me today is CEO, top dog, creative director, Thomas Mahler for No Rest for the Wicked. I'm sorry to say, for the first time, I feel very sad about this. We didn't even know if we were going to do the podcast. Frosty LaRue is unfortunately not available, so you guys have to listen to me and try and fill in for Frosty. Thomas, how are you doing today? Thank you for joining me for this chat.
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me again, Aaron. This is becoming tradition by now.
I know. I like this tradition. And guys, the first thing I noticed when Thomas jumped on camera is that his background is different. And he pointed out to me that they finally got him a nice background. And what you're actually looking at is rocks.
Yeah, it's actually from a volcano. It looks pretty nice. It's not a fake thing. It's actual stone.
You have stone volcano backdrop behind you. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't that a sign
Yes,
of like
that's
you've
right.
officially made it or something like that? That is pretty cool. So today we've got an awesome show prepared. We're going to be talking for 90 minutes, 2 hours. The idea for today's podcast is we're going to be talking about the future for No Rest for the Wicked. And Thomas is very good about, saying what's coming, but obviously can't give away the farm. But we should have a great show for you. So Thomas, first question, maybe a little bit of a victory lap. Wicked together. What's the sentiment right now with Moon Studios? How's everybody feeling? Are people doing sprints around the studio? I just want to know, like, what's the feeling right now?
I mean, we are just all super relieved, right? Because whenever you bring something out and work on something, it can go two ways, right? Like it can either, like you put it out and there's like, it's so delicate with video games, right? Where it's just, there can be a couple of things wrong and boom, everybody hates it and you get a lot of shit and negative reviews and so on, right? And I was already kind of like mentally preparing myself because this was the multiplayer update, right? And historically, doing multiplayer, especially networked, especially rollback netcode and so on, is incredibly difficult, right? So I was already kind of like prepared for shit, something is gonna go wrong, right?
Yep.
But then we ran the beta and it actually was fine, right? Like there were some kind of like hiccups and stuff that we found during the beta. And then we tightened things on our end, set up some more servers and so on, right? And then actually the launch couldn't have gone any better, right? And our sales shot through the roof and all of that. It was super crazy. We had one day where we sold 74,000 copies just on that day.
That is incredible.
Ridiculous.
That is incredible.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, so, I mean, in many ways, right, what we are trying to do is very much just do the same thing that Larian did with Baldur's Gate 3, right? Like, we just basically want to look at that as a formula where you can say as a developer, hey, guys, we have this really complex, unbelievably complex game in the making. We'll put it into early access. Everybody who's pretty hardcore can already play it, right? You can already get a whiff of it. At the same time, I mean, there's actually a video coming out tomorrow that I did with Thomas Brush, right, where I show a little bit of the stuff that we've already been working on over the years. And so at the same time, you're always holding things back, right? Because we're also very much aware of, well, we still have to build hype towards 1.0, right? Like everybody expects 1.0 to not just be a small update, right? It needs to be a thing where once you guys play it, you're like, what the fuck? That's crazy, right? Like it's such a huge change, right? So, so we're just all super thrilled, right? And relieved that it actually worked, that people responded to it, and so on. Because I was in a similar situation when we released the Breach update last year, right? Where we didn't get the balance quite right. And like we got shit ton of negative feedback, right? So it was very nice this time that we actually really landed the plane and and everybody got super excited and our sales shot up and so on. We couldn't be happier. It's crazy, especially given where the industry is right now, right? Where you constantly see here about
layoffs
and so on. So it's very nice that, that players have kind of like been so gracious to kind of like just write us all this feedback, help us with stuff and so on, right? So yeah, we're over the moon.
So no
pun
rest for the wicked. It took a little over a year to break 1 million copies sold. And then within, what, 15 days of Wicked together, you guys sold an additional 500,000 copies. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. So it's crazy. Like, we are just, every day I woke up and was like, I can't believe these numbers. That's ridiculous. We never sold that amount of copies and so on, right? Which gives me a good hope, right? That, hey, we might just be able, as we release, to kind of like repeat that Baldur's Gate 3 success, right? Especially if all this stuff that we're currently working on lands in the game and it's properly polished and so on, right? I really like I'm already myself really looking forward to finally playing that version, right?
Yeah.
Like fully polished and with everything in and so on. It's not just for the gamers out there, right? It's also like, no, I really want to play this, right? I really want to get my hands on it and like have it at that level, because ultimately we are making the action RPG that we always wanted to play, right? We're making the kind of thing when we were younger and played Diablo 2 and so on, where we were thinking, man, this is where I really want to see things going, right? That's what we're making. So we're really super excited. And now kind of like we see that there's a little bit of confirmation that, yeah, there's lots of players out there who are in that same boat with us, right? Who also want to see that. So that's fantastic.
Well, I could tell you from just my experience, and I can only speak for myself, on YouTube, on Twitch and socials, I have never experienced, at least myself, a game like this that blew up so fast. I mean, the amount of enthusiasm and support for the game, and really like people wanting more. Like, dude, I want more areas. I want more end game. I want more levels. I want classes. I keep hearing about all this stuff coming. When is it dropping? When can I get more? Like, you know, you're left there, spoiler warning, at the end of the campaign, and people are like, I want to go into that next area. And you can just feel the excitement. It feels different. I mean, it really does
fantastic.
feel
And
different.
I hate to be the cock tease, right, or something, but like, there is a lot of really cool stuff coming, right? And obviously, like, we have to hold things back just to make sure that anticipation builds and so on, right? So yeah, I think we have to be in a state where you guys can expect a lot, and then we have to, exceed those expectations.
Okay, awesome. That is just, congratulations on the success. You guys have definitely earned it.
Thank you.
Have a ton of questions.
Aaron, actually, could we start with something? Because I'm interested from that side, right?
Sure.
We got a lot of messages from players that played a lot of what I call the classic ARPGs, right? I don't try to be condescending or anything, right? I don't think we have better terminology, right? Like, to me, what I consider a classic ARPG is one that is based on point and click, right? And for like the past 2 decades or so, right, every developer basically followed the same formula that Diablo laid out, right?
Yep.
You look at and there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right?
Yeah.
But you look at your Diablo, you look at your Path of Exile, you look at your Last Epoch and so on. They're all very much built from that same foundation, right? And then I got a lot of response now from players who were like, oh my God, this is the first time I feel like this is new since Diablo 2, right? So maybe, like, what was your journey like? Because you also came from that. You also didn't really dabble that much with like Monster Hunter or Souls or that kind of thing, right? So what was your journey like to really get into it?
So when it's funny, my experience was a lot like that Steam review that you posted. First hour, I hate this effing game. Next hour, it's getting a little better. That feels like my experience. When early access dropped, I was like, oh, I feel like Moon Studios lied to me. They told me that this is a competitor for PoE and Diablo, and it's not. It's an isometric Souls-like. It doesn't play like those games. I feel like I was not wronged, but I was misled in what the game was actually going to be when I first played it. So I played the early access. I played all the updates that came to it. I played Breach, but this time for multiplayer, Frosty loves this game. It's like his favorite game. Sorry, Diablo super fans. He loves Wicked, and his energy really got me into it. So for this one, I really took the time, and I spent the time to actually slow down, discover the areas, look for all the hidden secrets, understand the crafting and the housing and the fast
But do you know,
travel.
when did it click for you? When was that moment where you hit the tipping point of like, oh, I get it. Oh, now it's fun. I get it. Now it clicked.
It clicked when I understood itemization. For a while, it was hard because you would hit walls about how do I get more powerful? Like, this boss has killed me 100 times. Like, I'm so sick of this. But once you actually learn how to get through those moments, it's like this light bulb moment. I play a lot of, I've done 5 playthroughs for the game Titan Quest 2, and I really like Titan Quest 2. I actually like what Grimlore is making over there with the successor to Titan Quest 1. But I was playing it 2 days ago, and there was this this ledge. It was literally like 1/16 of an inch, like this little teeny ledge, and it wouldn't let me go up it or down it. So I had to run all the way to the left to find a step to walk down that step to get to the next level. And I've played now almost 300 hours of Wicked, and like it just popped into my head, like, why can't I go down this little step as like my powerful warrior character? But
right,
I'm starting to connect those dots more and more when I'm playing other games compared to playing games like Wicked. So I get the question a lot, Aaron, do you have a leveling guide? Do you have an endgame build guide? Do you have a walkthrough guide? And I've been really trying hard to talk to the community that the way you play PoE, Diablo, Last Epoch, Torchlight, Standard, Live Service, Hack and Slash, it should be the opposite with Wicked. You should spend as much time in the campaign as humanly possible. You should explore the entire area. You should find all the secrets. You should learn itemization and what builds you like. You should figure out combat with dodge, block, parry, which I suck at parry. But, you know, find out what you like. And as you slowly move through the campaign, your knowledge will improve. To me, Wicked is like a lights off, volume up type of game, and it'll be one of the best playthroughs you've had. But I mean, of course, there's going to be times of frustration, but we're just so programmed to, I need to skip the campaign as fast as humanly possible to get to like the real game. And once you can kind of rewire yourself a little bit and understand that's not Wicked, it becomes one of the best games you've played.
That's exactly it, right? Like there is a moment, and it took quite some time. Like there's always this thing in marketing, right, where you have to re-educate the public, right? If you're making something new, right? Like it's very difficult. Like now in hindsight, it's like, well, I have a car to sell here. You know, it's a super fast thing to go from A to B, right? But when you competed with horses, where everybody had a horse and everything was set up for horses, right? It probably at the start was quite difficult to sell a car, right? Because now it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, now I have to get into this. Now I have to understand this, blah, 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 right? Now I have to learn how to use that thing, right? And all of that. And it's similar with Wicked. I think it took quite some time for people to not see Wicked as, oh, it's a Diablo-like, right? Because it isn't really, you know, it's its own thing very much, right?
It's a subgenre,
and I think that'll continue.
People always say, "What's the closest it's to?" I normally say V Rising, but it's really not like V Rising. But that's like the closest thing.
I don't think it's like V Rising, because we will still, even after 1.0, add a whole bunch of stuff and different things, right? So I really see it more as a platform and as a playground, right? As an RPG playground, right? Where yes, we have our campaign, and yes, it's a full-fledged thing, but we're trying to really kind of like use Wicked as a platform where we can throw crazy things in there, right? And just go completely bananas. And I mean, we just had yesterday a discussion on endgame, right? And what's traditionally been done with endgame in ARPGs and so on. And I think we'll have some really nice contributions there, I think.
Okay. For the people out there that are just excited for the future, what percentage of the game would you say is done? So, for example, would you say when 1.0 comes, the game will double in size? Right now, 50% is in. Like, how much more Wicked, just, you know, guesstimate, do you think is coming?
Well, I know exactly how much is coming, but it's difficult to kind of like nail down what does that mean, right? Because right now what we're seeing is actual playtime. The amount of time people actually spend in the game to fully level their character, right, and do a full playthrough with everything that's in there, is already between 40 to 60 hours, right? Right now, what I'm seeing in our balance master is that if you want to get to max level for 1.0, you will have to spend around 130 hours, right? So that's a lot. Like, so it's quite a lot there, but you also have to consider, well, there's a curve to leveling, right? In terms of the zones and stuff that we're adding, think like we're adding 4 zones. In the breach, we added 2, and it was already felt quite substantial to people, right? Here we're adding 4. So it's that kind of thing, right? Like if we basically doubled that. And obviously that's not where we're stopping, right? There's also more end game stuff and so on coming, right? So tons of like cinematics, the side quests. There's going to be factions in the game in Sacrament, right? So that, hey, if you want to join the Assassin's Guild, you can do that, right? And now you can play a murderer, right? Or you can join the church and then do those quests and that kind of thing. So it's not just what is the size of the world, right? And like, did we scale it up by another 50% or something, right? It's also just what's the playtime. The class system itself is going to add a tremendous, like if you want to master all the classes, you're going to spend, hundreds of hours easily, right? Like probably
which
a good
people
500,
will want to
600,
do
700
for the
hours.
completionists. They'll want to do that.
I think the crazy people will want to do that, right? The other, like, I think everybody else will kind of like dip into classes a little bit and master the ones that they're really into, right? But obviously there will be some people who just want everything, right? And who just want to completely max out potential. Then also we have things like the comfort system coming, right? Where it's now not just going to be, oh, you level your character and your classes and, like all your rooms and all of that stuff, right? But it's also your house, right? That, hey, if you really want to play the highest level content, you will need to max out all this stuff, right? So it's just, in many ways, it's like that carrot on a stick, right? Like, and how many carrots are there? And are you really interested? Like, do these carrots look really fucking delicious, right? That's the idea.
So again, this isn't like a hold you to it, like exactly to the hour. Based on what you just said, if it took 40 hours to finish the game now, and with everything added for 1.0, it takes 130 hours, you would say that the game is
easily 100, easily over 100. Yes.
So the game is doubling, if not tripling in size by 1.0.
Again, in size, right? Like I don't know, like I'm not sitting there with a measuring tape, right? And yeah, in time for sure. Yes.
Okay. Again, I know you can't say a lot. The comfort system. When you're talking about upgrading your house, is that like, a level 3 bed? You need to have this much decorations, or is it truly like you need experience for your house? Can you give us like even a little bit of info on like what exactly that is?
Let me break it down for you. So basically with the comfort system, by the way, the comfort system is coming pretty soon, even in patch 1, right? So you won't have to wait for 1.0 for that to drop. That'll be in patch 1 pretty soon. And what it does is it's a pretty clever system where it basically gives a level to your house, right? There are certain comfort grades. There are 6 different comfort grades. The house starts with bare, then it goes to basic, then it goes to cozy, then it goes to, I think, comfortable, right? There's these 6 grades. It goes all the way to opulent, right?
Okay.
And there's a really complex system behind it that basically rates your house based on conditions, right? Like which items have you brought in there? What's the quality of those items, right? How did you place those things together? And which categories have you placed, right? Like, so we don't want you to, for example, just buy 500 rugs and put it in kind of like cheese the housing.
And
right?
you have so many decorations, your house is leveled even though it looks horrible. Yeah, I gotcha.
Exactly, right? So we want people to really kind of like think of like what is like, I would even want to see people doing fucking housing build guides, right? Where it's like, hey, now you're playing interior decorator, right? And it's fun, right? With like, here's how you get these numbers up, and here's how you get a multiplier, right? And here's how you do this. And that
housing
and
build guides. Okay, now I have to do that.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So that's what it does, right? Like, and people will have to, like, the other thing with the housing that you will see is right now we only have item tiers 1 to 3 in the live build, right?
Yeah.
For 1.0, that'll increase to 4 to 6 as well, right?
Okay.
So we go from 1 to 3 to 1 to 6. And that means it'll be difficult for people in the live build to kind of like get to opulent, right? I still have to tweak the numbers a little bit, but you might or might not even reach the final level because you will have to, do all of that with the first 3 tiers, right? But yeah, that is a full new system that is coming in, right? Simply because I want that carrot not just for the character, right? I also want that for other things. The same thing is true for factions, right? For example, with the class system, there's also going to be factions in the game, so that if you like, there's a certain faction, the Assassin's faction, for example, is called the Severed Hand, right?
Okay.
And then with each faction, there's assigned like various classes, right? And the idea is that they kind of like teach you how to play that class, and then also just you get quests that kind of like thematically fit, right? So if you want to, like, if you play an assassin, right, then you literally have quests where they send you out to murder people, right? That kind of thing. So,
but is it like,
and
are you
then
kind of like
it's
joining
also,
like the good guys faction or the bad guys faction? Like, does your character actually have like a good
Yes.
versus evil, something like that?
No, we want people to have full freedom there, right? So there is a little bit of a narrative dissonance, but I think it's better for people to kind of like have full control. So it's very much like in Skyrim and Morrowind and so on, right, where you can join whatever, but you will have to progress through it. That's the idea. We don't want to lock you out of content, basically, is the idea, right? Like, we want you to be able to do everything. But that stuff is going to be really cool, right? Like, so right now, for example, one thing that you could absolutely ding us on is there's not that many side quests in the game, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, that is 100% correct. That sucks. And we will remedy that with 1.0, right? Like, there will be a shit ton more side quests in the game. And the idea is that when you get to Sacrament, there should be just a crazy ton amount of stuff for you to do, right? So that if you do repeat playthroughs, right, or multiple people play, right, that none of them have kind of like the same experience, right? You could always play through it in a different way.
Okay.
So that
sweet.
even if you play Wicked for the 20th time, right, now you're actually playing it through it with a different flow, right?
I would hope, I want you to put something to bed right now. I have been telling people that there's no way it's intentional to have multiple freaking beds in your house and to get in the tier 1 bed, then get out into the tier 2 bed, then get into the tier 3 bed. There's no way they designed it that way.
Yeah, that's a bug, actually. So
I knew it.
The status effect, yes. So the way they will work is that there's going to be long-term buffs and short-term buffs, right? And then the long-term buffs, like they will replace each other, right? So if you have a tier 1 rested buff and then you get the tier 2 rested buff, tier 2 will replace tier 1, right? That kind of thing. But there is a bug right now where we had it stack, which it shouldn't.
Okay. Any chance for house pets in the future? You know, you take a nap, you say goodbye to your dog, and you got some pets running around the house.
Yeah, I'm getting so many like this. There's when does it come to consoles? Then right underneath that is, oh, can you do couch co-op, right? And then right underneath it is, hey, can we get pets, right? So we'll have to see. First and foremost, right now I'm focused on let's get all the 1.0 content finished, right? And let's make sure that that is extremely high quality, right? And that is a system that we know everybody wants. And we even have already, hey, you can pet the dogs and the cats in Sacrament and so on, right? But we'll have to see if we have enough time to do that, because we also have to be economical to some degree, right? Where we want to finish 1.0. We don't want to work on this before we can do other cool stuff, right?
Of course. We were just
next 2 years or so.
I have a bunch of community questions that we came up with yesterday together, and one of the questions from the community was about, obviously, the dogs and cats are running through the city and they give a buff. You have a house. It makes sense to have a house pet. So
makes sense, yes. But we'll have to see.
Okay. What is this rumor that with the extension of Sacrament, we are going to have an option to purchase a castle?
Yeah, it's not a rumor. I always wanted that, right? Like this is fully built out. I already saw the houses and so on. It's all fully set dressed and so on. So there is a fortress on top, like at the very top of Sacrament, like when you basically leave to Nameless Pass, right? If you go to the northwest side, there's actually the full fortress there. And the idea was always that's like the castle in Ultima Online, right? So this will be horrendously expensive. This will be for the 1% that plays Wicked like a crazy person, right? But then, if you play with multiple players and so on and build this out fully, right, it's a long-term goal, but then this solves all your housing needs that you'll ever have, right? And like to show off stuff really nicely and so on. It's just like every area there, every room there is like at least like twice as big as the houses that currently exist in Sacrament. So that's the idea, right? It's kind of like this prestige thing all the way at the top of Sacrament. And by the way, there's amazing vistas from there, right? So you can step out onto the balcony of your home, right, and then see all the way over to Marion Woods and so on, right? That kind of thing. It's a complete prestige thing, similar to owning a castle in Ultimon was back then.
So you're probably talking like 100 gold, 50, 100, like a lot of grinding required to purchase this thing.
Yes, it's a long-term goal. You're not gonna get it soon, but if you have it, you probably mastered the game.
Okay. The chat's asking a lot about class system. Guys, we're going to get to class system and talk about all that. I promise. I've got a whole list of questions here we're going to go through about the future. Comfort system coming patch 1. Housing update. Awesome. Thank you. Farming. You've mentioned in the past farming coming. Is that like you could literally just like grow all your own craftables, trees, everything? Like,
yes.
Is farming a 1.0 thing?
Yes, so we already worked on this. Like I recently shared a tweet where that was like 7 years ago, right? Like a video from like 7 years ago, from like 2019 or something, a year before Ori and the Will of the Wisps came out. And even then we had farming in the game and we always had it in there, right? But we never really fully finished it because it was always, oh God, we have to release this. We have to release this act, right? Like we have to get this done. We have to get the combat stuff done. We have to do this. So farming was always kind of like a little bit lower priority because we always knew, well, it's not going to break our necks if farming, like if we have to ship without farming, right? And so we have quite a lot of people that are very excited about this in the studio, right? That are just nutty about Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley, right? Or just love the idea of like playing with their spouses, right? That have spouses that are into Animal Crossing and that kind of thing. And just that dynamic of playing with your partner, right? That somebody could play the game almost like a cozy game. Meanwhile, you're out there murdering things, right? And then you come back home and you combine things, right? Like, oh, that person made a ton of gold through farming and so on. And now together, we upgrade and buy a better house and upgrade our house and do things together, right?
I guess my thought around farming is like, where would the farm actually go? I know you've talked about settlements in the past, where maybe like little towns outside of the city, but like, the way Sacrament...
you can even get there already in Sacrament. So if you run to the Lowland Meadows, right? You have to run through Sacrament. And there's some of the small farmhouses already on the way.
Yes.
But they have the smaller plots, right? But Sacrament was not designed, like right now, like you have like this small of a Sacrament, right? But it was always designed to be more like this size, right? So we kind of like just cut off certain points, right? Where we put like little walls there and stuff to kind of like block off things that we didn't want you to see yet. And so we are expanding Sacrament. So there's going to be like right on top of Sacrament of the graveyard, right? There's a full farmhouse hanging over it. You just can't get to it yet, right?
I see. Okay.
And it's all those things. So there's farmhouses kind of like on the outskirts of Sacrament, and they're quite huge, right? So it's also something that you have to save up for, but then you get a house plus a huge plot of land. And then it's literally, well, go play Stardew Valley, right? Like you literally have to have a hoe where you work on your crop, right? And then you have to sprinkle seeds into the ground, and then you have to water everything, and then you have to do the thing where it's like, well, at some point you're replacing your watering can with better watering cans, and then with sprinklers and that kind of thing.
So it is like a full-on system. It's not just you go there, click, and come back an hour later. Like you guys have designed a full system around farming.
Yeah. We want that thing to basically compete with things like Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley and so on, right? Where you literally can go there and play the game that way if you want to.
Wow. Okay.
That's the idea. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for answering these questions in such detail. This is awesome. You mentioned to me in the past that you really want to get a compendium into the game. third-party tools are great, but they should never be required. Something that talks about, what enhancement can I get on a helmet, roll ranges, enemies, maybe what resistances that, they have or, they're bad against, things of that nature. Is the compendium coming soon? I could have sworn last time you were on the podcast, you said this was close to making it
You have the compendium. You have the compendium in the game already, right? Like if you press start, you can see it. We just had to cut it down to just the small things, right? Like where you can rewatch the cinematics and see the tutorials, right? There's also going to be guides and the whole bestiary and everything in there, right? So it exists. Like the framework exists, the UI for it already exists. We just have to, take the time to expand it, because there's always the UI stuff like that is just such a pain in the ass, right? Because you have to set it up. Everything needs a little bit of its own UI, and then you need to localize everything, right? Like it has to be translated into 9 different languages or whatever. So it's always a huge pain in the dick, right? But yeah, all of that is coming, right? Like we want people to not have to go to, I have to go away from the thing that I'm playing and open up my little phone, right? And now I'm looking at that instead of the screen. So yeah, we just want you to have that information in the game, right?
Okay, awesome. So it's in the game, just needs to be expanded so that all the information you want to know is in there and available to you without a second monitor. Okay, you talked about 4 more areas coming to 1.0. Are these extensions of existing areas, kind of like the final act of the game, or are these 4 new biomes?
I'm not going to answer that question. I want people to not be spoiled in any way, right? And if I would say something, people could speculate and kind of figure things out and figure out some story stuff and so on, right? So you will have to wait and see. It's going to be 4 new zones. How they're actually integrated into Isola Sacra and how we make all of that work and so on, I want people to wait and see. I can tell you, though, that in terms of story and the stuff that I'm seeing every day, right, it's going to be some of the best content that we've ever shipped. Like, I'm supremely confident that you guys will be blown away, right? Like, because the shitty thing with making a fantasy saga, right, is that, and the same was true, by the way, with Lord of the Rings, right? Like, if you look at Fellowship of the Ring, you're not getting to the juicy bits anytime soon, right? Like, if you look at Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring at the start is all about who are the hobbits, how do they actually, what is their whole environment, how does all of that work, right? Let's introduce the premise. Oh my god, here's the ring. Oh, Gandalf comes to town, right? Something happens, and so you have to go through all the introduction. You have to introduce the characters and everything, right? So that people first get a feel of that, right? And then once you actually, we made you connect with these characters, right? Then it becomes interesting. Then it becomes really choosing, because once you have some emotional connection to these characters, right? Now I can basically be the chess master and say, hey, player, how do you feel if I just take that away from you, right? And so on. These kind of things, where we can do really, really interesting things in terms of story by once the whole premise is introduced, right? So that's why, the stuff that we have right now in there is really good, but the payoff is coming in the stuff that we're shipping now, right? Because there's going to be some scenes in there that will make people cry, that from a cinematic review point of view are just some of the best stuff we have ever done at Moon.
But just like existing areas, you will have a boss, kind of like a boss of that area. And will there be a pinnacle fight? Like the final chapter bad guy? Okay, I'll take. You don't have to say anything.
I know what you want.
I got your nodding head, and you know what we want. Perfect. Okay, man, the chat people are so excited for the future. Can you confirm that at some point in the future of Wicked, we will go to an area covered in snow? Some kind of yes.
Yeah, here is the snowy area, right? So there's the frozen peaks that are adjacent to an area that we will ship with 1.0. And then here is literally a snowy mountain town, right? Like that.
Awesome.
yeah, that's coming.
Okay, sweet.
We have pretty cool tech there as well, right? Like we had this. We even showed this on a Digital Foundry video where we have this snow that as you walk into it, it transforms and so on, right? So it really feels really cool to go through a snowy mesh.
I just feel like you guys are going to kill it in the snow area. Not that you're not killing it in other areas, but it's going to be like, I just think of the visuals in Wicked currently and what a snow area would look like. It just, yeah, that's going to be pretty cool.
It looks, even in the blockout, actually Till was an artist that I worked with on at Blizzard, and then at some point he wanted to leave Blizzard, right? And I kind of like brought him over to Moon Studios.
Yep.
And he like, I love some of the stuff that he does because he has such a good eye for world building and so on, right? So Tyr was one of the first places that he helped build, right? And it's this snowy town, and then elevator is going all the way through, and it's kind of like structured in a way where the rich people live at the very top of Tyr, right? And then you have the common folk in the center, and then you have the poor people all the way at the top and so on, right? But because there's this gigantic, ginormous elevator running through the entire place, right? You get these super nice vistas, right? Of just running up this whole thing, and like, oh my God, you see from the top all the way down and so on, right? And that's something that I really appreciate, by the way, about Wicked, right? The sense of verticality that you're getting, right? And the sense of being really high up, right? And then you could actually still jump down, right? Like that whole freedom is really special.
Before this podcast, an hour ago, I finished the campaign for the third time because my community's been telling me what I have to play. And we tried to jump off into like the Bat City to see if maybe we could extend
into Kalen. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
Yeah, no. Nah. So,
okay.
I mean, but
could you at
Kalen
least confirm that that's where we're going next, where the cliffhanger leaves off?
Kalen will be in 1.0, yes. You will be able to explore that entire thing.
Awesome. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. You guys have teased about the, and I could be wrong on this, the ability to enchant tools and gear, like higher levels of tools. You've shown off, I think, like a little UI picture. Is there anything that you could expand upon what that'll look like exactly?
Yeah, I mean, I always wanted to do that, right? We just didn't get to it, and now I was finally able to bring it in, and our folks are working on it now in systems. So I already brought in the little stamina wheel, right? For like, oh, you have to hit on the red zone to get a perfect, right? But I always wanted to kind of like get the same feeling from tools that you get from gear, right? So that you can actually be proud of that. Oh, I have a plagued silver axe that, on perfect gets me even more resources or something, right? Or like, oh my God, this like has a smaller zone, but if I hit it, it gives me triple the resources and so on, right? That kind of thing. It just makes super logical sense that you would, that you would extend the same exact system to tools as well, right? Or that you have all unique tools and so on, right? That kind of thing that actually play differently. So yeah, that's what we're currently also sitting on.
I cannot tell you how many questions I get about fishing. Do you get a lot of questions about fishing? I'm curious, like as far as fishing pole breaking
I don't know
faster.
What that weird sensation is, right? Like that fishing is generally like such a special thing for people, right? Like I saw a lot of people playing, and like once they saw, oh, they have fishing in the game, it's like it elevates the game to a whole different level for them just because.
Well, not only do people love fishing, but I'm sure you know this, like your main source of embers is normally from fishing. You can get them from digging and chests, but for the most part, fishing is where you get a lot of your embers. So that's why people fish. But I don't know why we're talking about this already, but we're talking about gathering tools. A lot of people have been requesting that the little circle is where the fishing line ends, not where the rod is. And people have been asking, like, a lot of times when you cast your fishing pole, your line's like on the other bank. It's not actually where the fish are jumping. I don't know if you guys have looked at that.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's strange right now, right? It should be where you actually throwing it and so on. So we will make that adjustment.
Okay, awesome.
some people love it, some people hate it. You've talked about PvP coming to the game, and I get asked this question a lot. I never know how to answer it, if it's like Diablo 2 PvP where you go hostile and you just fight outside of town, or if PvP is an actual full-fledged system. You talked about farming being a system, so I'm guessing that you must have some plans for PvP.
Yeah. I can tell you how we approach it. So there's gonna be a test that we're gonna throw out there already for the next patch.
Okay.
And that is duel mode. So if you play with Frosty, it's actually really cool. So if you interact with someone, right, you can already inspect that person's gear, you can trade, and so on, right? And so one of the icons in there, one of the things in there will be duel. So once you hit duel, your character actually grabs into his bag and kind of like slaps with you with a fish, right, in your face, right? And that basically is the introduction to duel mode. So it's this whole thing of like you playing a duel together, right? And then it basically becomes a fighting game, right? Then it becomes this whole you versus Frosty, 3, 2, 1, fight, you know? And then, you know, it's mano a mano and you guys kill each other. And the reason why I'm saying it's a test is because we throw it out there, or we want to throw it out there to just kind of like test the balance a little bit, right? Like this is not going to be balanced at the start, right? There's going to be some stuff that is obviously better in PvP than it is in than other stuff is, but we want to just run that test so that we can tune things and just get a bunch of feedback and so on, right? And frankly, well, it's fun. Every now and then you'll just want to screw around, right? And already like, hey, let's fucking kill each other, right?
The problem is if I hit Frosty with the fish, she's probably just going to fall over from that. So it'd be just such an easy fight. I don't know if it's even worth it.
Yeah, the fish actually doesn't deal any damage, right? It's literally just a little thing, like a little funny kind of like, here's the start, right? Like there was this whole animation that somebody did with the glove, right? And we were like, you know, the Asterix thing of like slapping you with a fish in your face would actually be funnier. So we went with that.
Dude, and I have to say, like, don't stop doing things like that. Those like little attention to detail and those fun moments of like, it could just be duel 3, 2, 1 fight, but Moon Studios took the extra step where you get slapped with the fish is like a sign of disrespect, which starts the fight. Like, don't ever stop adding those types of additions to the game. Like, I feel like you see a lot of developers cut corners.
I completely.
That is awesome. I love that.
I completely agree. It shouldn't all be kind of like just menu driven and hard and cold, right? It should be like there should always be an element of fun in there. Which, by the way, I always also appreciated with Blizzard games of the past, right? Like when you play through through Warcraft 3 for the first time, right? That like the game takes itself extremely seriously, right? But then when you actually get to the end, right, that they all kind of like do a rock concert together and so on, right? That's cool. There's nice little things in there where it's just levity, right? So every now and then I'm happy with this stuff, right? That, you know, hey, we don't always have to take ourselves so seriously, because Wicked in many ways already has a lot of kind of like somewhat depressing content in there, right? And there's some other kind of like really hard-hitting moments coming, right? So a little levity helps.
Yes. I see a lot of people in the chat asking questions. Just so everybody's aware, at the end of the podcast or near the end, we will be doing a live Q&A from the audience. I'll do my best to ask as many questions as possible to Thomas, and he could rapid fire some of them. So just that'll be towards the end, just so everybody's aware. Also, at the end of the podcast, we're giving away a free copy of No Rest for the Wicked. To get into that, type in !giveaway. All right. End game. Now, whether you like it or not, Thomas, the Diablo crowd, the PoE crowd, the Last Epoch crowd, the Torchlight crowd, you are never going to break this. I blasted through the campaign. Now the game is starting. What am I supposed to do? Obviously, right now we have the Pestilence, and we could kind of juice those zones for rewards. You've got daily and weekly challenges and bounties, and then most people consider the main end game system the Crucible. Last time we talked, you said right now you could only interact with one statue of the Crucible, but there's 4 others. I've also heard rumors of something called a war table, which is maybe like a boss rush thing. I don't know if that's true, but I was hoping you could talk a little bit on the philosophy for the future of Endgame.
Yeah, so obviously, like how we used early access so far was to prove out the basics and all the foundational systems, right? And personally, like I'm not trying to be condescending, right? But I personally am feeling that we did well in terms of like breaking up the genre there a little bit, allowing things like testing out, making sure that yes, giving the player that amount of freedom can work, right? Like going through the levels like that and so on. Does the combat system work, right? All of those things were super important. The thing, and I think in that case, in that sense, in terms of like how does the combat feel, how tight does it feel to play, and so on. In many ways, I think we are ahead of all of the other ARPGs already there. Simply because we went with a far more complex implementation than them, right? Like so. And again, I'm not trying to step on people's feet here, right?
Yeah.
I also worked at Blizzard, but you had a system with Diablo 1, right? Like let's do a little history lesson here, right?
Okay.
So Diablo 1 initially with David Brevik, right, when he wanted to do it, was meant to be a turn-based game, right? Then El Nadham at Blizzard basically told him many times, dude, you have to turn this into a real-time game. Real-time is the thing, right? Just try it, right? And then he tried it, and boom, he turned it into a real-time action RPG, right?
Yep.
And had that moment of like, that's fucking great, right? And to me, it was always, if we get into a genre, right, then you always kind of like have to ask yourself, well, what is the next level, right? And what I didn't want to do with Wicked was to make yet another Diablo clone, just because there's so many out there, right? There's Grim Dawn, there's Last Epoch, there's Path of Exile, there's Diablo. It's very easy to lose that battle, right? Like if we just do exactly what everybody else does, chances are we're going to lose, right? Because they have more experience in that stuff, like especially grinding gear, right? They've been doing just that for the last 10, almost 15 years now,
15
right?
years almost,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not going to set myself up for a battle that I'm going to lose, right? But I knew coming from Ori and all the stuff that we've been doing that I'm going to change the rules of the game. I'm going to change the combat. I'm going to do all of that so that we have a complete, like, so that we have a really fair fight, right? And so that we could give players something that they've never really felt before. And that was the whole plan there. And that's basically what we're trying to exploit with Wicked, right? We're really trying to, reach that kind of like next level of ARPG. Sorry, what was the original question? I kind of like drifted off there a little bit.
Let me actually tell you my fear. Fear's probably not the right word. So right now there's 5 statues of the Crucible. Yeah. My fear is that there's 5 statues and it's like, statue 1 is easy, and statue 2 is hard, and statue 3 is very hard. And it's the exact same content, but different difficulty. No. I'm hoping each statue is like a different experience. That's...
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what we're planning. So to just elaborate on that, right? So a lot of the early access was just basically testing out that, right? Like making sure that stuff works, that we are clean on that. And now I think you can absolutely look at other games in the genre, right? Like Path of Exile 2, and objectively clarify that, yeah, systemically, they still have a deeper game than us, right? So I would say, well, the next bit of early access for us is to make sure that, okay, let's make sure that is not the case, right? That Wicked, once you play it, it's like, okay, like either you play Path of Exile, it is that play style, and gives you that amount of content and that kind of depth, right? Or you play Wicked and it is that kind of like playstyle and it has the same amount of depth, right?
Yeah.
So that's basically what we have to get to, right? That we very much match kind of like the complexity and that kind of feeling of, okay, even after I finish the campaign, now things get started, right? Like now all of the stuff opens up and so on. And yes, with the Crucible, we are doing exactly what you're saying. I already teased some of this, right? So one of the statues, the one that you see right now, is the roguelite mode, right? Where you constantly play through X amount of rooms, right? And then at the end, there's a boss. The other one that we had already planned, we even wanted to bring that out back then with the Crucible update, but we just couldn't get it done in time. But I'm working on that right now, is one that is like a horde mode. And the funny thing is, like after that, the whole Vampire Survivors thing blew up, right? And
Yep.
it basically is that. It's just basically, here's a huge arena, and there's just lots and lots of enemies spawning, right? We already have the boon system. And it's just super frantic fucking fun, right? Like, where it's just like unlimited, right? And just, oh my god, all these enemies keep coming, right? Like, right now we have it set up so that there's 5 waves of enemies spawning, right? And you have to rush, you have to be really fast, right? And you can't stay too long even on the boon screen, right? Because the enemies, they do keep rushing in, right?
Yep.
And then after every 5th wave, there's a big fucking boss coming, right? And so, and even that doesn't stop the waves from coming, right? So that's kind of like the idea that it just keeps going and keeps going, right? But if you can't sustain, boom, you get showered with loot and stuff, right?
So it's
seriously
a completely different
love
that idea. It's like,
one.
here's the roguelite, here's the Vampire Survivors mode, here's the tower defense, here's the...
Yes.
Like, every statue will be a completely different end game system, not just a difficulty of the existing one.
Yeah, and in many ways we can do many things that normally RPGs couldn't do, right? Like, so for example, we have all these level designers that worked with me on Ori, right? So one of the Crucible modes was also very platforming based, right? Where it's like, oh my god, there's this fucking thing chasing me, right? And I have to platform through a level really quickly and like activate this and get over there and like get away from enemies and so on, and then pull this lever to dunk these enemies into lava and so on, right? And kind of like reach the end of it, right? And it's just this constant chase where you are like kind of like Indiana Jones with the rolling boulder, right?
Yeah.
But like that times 100, right? So it's those kind of things where it's like, hey, we want to go batshit crazy with those experiences in the Crucible, where you know, like just have similar to how something like PoE 2 has different league mechanics, right? That you just have, oh, if you're currently like, if you want to play a little bit of that, you can do this. If you want to do a little bit of farming, you can do that. If you want to play that other Crucible mode, you can do that. And the important bit there is the itemization, right? So I think that's the thing where we also currently, our design isn't as clean yet, because everything is kind of like mixed together, right? What was always intended is that we're switching to, well, if you like, first you need to farm a little bit of that or play a little bit of that, and then you get rewarded these resources. That unlocks that other thing, right? And these resources from over there unlocks this over here and so on, right? So that you're always kind of like encouraged to play a little bit of everything, and that the resources are specific. You have a little bit of that with the Pestilence system right now.
Yep.
Right, where you get these kind of like plagued resources, but that is going to apply to everything, right? That we're just going to be fairly specific about the target farming, right? That you need to do A to go to B, then B opens up C, C opens up D, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. So that there's always a carrot in front of your nose and just tons of different ways of playing the game that are all just hopefully super addictive to play, right?
Okay. Wow. Guys, we are 50 minutes into the podcast. For the people wondering about the future for No Rest for the Wicked, Thomas has confirmed the comfort system coming patch 1, farming, compendium, 4 new full areas, including multiple bosses for said areas, the ability to enchant tools, the ability to purchase a castle in Sacrament, PvP with duels, 4 new end game systems, no time frame on that, for each statue of the Crucible, and factions. For the wow. Okay.
Correct.
We're moving to scene 2, where we are now going to talk about what's on everybody's mind, the class system. All right. Man, there's so much coming to Wicked. I see why you're saying right now it's about a 40-hour game, and when 1.0 drops, you're going to have triple-digit hours for it. Like, wow.
Well, that's why I said in the past, right, that we are going to work for a long time on this thing still, right? Simply because Wicked is in many ways kind of like the gift that keeps on giving as a developer, right? Because it's like, if you think of it as a platform, like, I don't, as a developer, have to go and kind of like make my own Survivor style game anymore, right?
Yeah.
I will do that inside Wicked, right? I don't have to do a tower defense game. I will do that inside Wicked. I don't have to go and make a farming game. I will do that inside Wicked, right? And then ultimately we'll have this fucking crazy ultimate game, right? Where it's just, yeah, if you're interested in playing this, right? Like the survival mode, for example, that I prototyped last year was already like really fucking fun to play. And that's something that we're going to ship after 1.0, right? But that's also going to change Wicked to hopefully then compete with the survival games that are out there, right? Because with a lot of the survival games that are out there, I feel like the core pillars of those are oftentimes not that great, right? Like, I don't know, like, can you name a survival game that actually has really good combat?
No. My favorite of all of them is Death Must Die. And Death Must Die has a full ARPG like gearing system where you actually have like a helmet and body armor and weapons and affixes and itemization, but like a truly awesome Vampire Survivors combat system. No.
But you mean survivors game, right? I mean survival game, right? Like Rust or that kind of thing, right?
Oh,
like the way it's gonna work is like that, right? So, and usually when you look at these games, they're just it makes sense that they don't get to polish all these core pillars, right? But we are sitting on 10 years of us having polished the crap out of this, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I think we'll be able to leapfrog ahead in many ways when we get to that stuff.
And everything I mentioned for the most part is 1.0. I would venture to guess that with, just the financial success of Wicked together, the plans for expansions and DLCs and what comes after 1.0, like that stuff's got to already be green lit, knowing, right?
Yes.
Like all that's like, there's going to be way more than just 1.0 in the future, obviously, right?
Yes. Yeah. That's the plan, right? Like we will bring 1.0 out and we'll have the entire campaign and everything, right? But I am already very much looking forward to, like at 1.0, the idea is that the team spends time already on what will come story-wise and so on after 1.0, right? And then my like smaller kind of like design group and so on will kind of like expand the stuff that is there with like survival. We'll bring in the third-person camera and all of this kind of things, right? So that we can play around, have a little bit of fun. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is building all the stuff out, right? We'll also have updates to the current game. And at some point, we'll be back again with like, oh my God, now there's the huge new expansion. And now you can go to the mainland and so on, right? And, there's a whole new world to explore.
Oh, yeah. Didn't you say that potentially we'll be leaving the island? Like boats are in our future, right?
Right. So, yeah, I again, like, I don't want to say too much because I want to be very careful not spoiling any of the story stuff, right? Because our story folks worked extremely hard, right? So it's going to be really exciting. And then the second game is not going to just take place in Isola Sakura anymore.
Okay.
For the expansion, basically, after the big one.
Sweet. Everybody, when it comes to this podcast, the main idea was to get an idea of the future. I have saved this as the last thing to talk about as far as big future content. This is the huge class system that is coming to No Rest for the Wicked. It's highly debated because people are like, I don't want to pick a barbarian when I make my character, and now I'm trapped in barbarian, and I can no longer, explore all these other classes. Now, Thomas and the Wicked team have already said that's not how it's going to work. There's been some images that have been shown. There's been some classes here. I know it's kind of hard to see that have been shown. Thomas, I know this is something you've been personally working on. If I start Wicked for the first time, the class system is dropped. How do I become a barbarian? What does that actually look like?
Right. So it's very simple, right? Like in many ways, think of it as almost a guideline, and over time, you become the class that you choose, right? It's not the old Diablo Path of Exile thing. Path of Exile works a little bit differently, right? But in Diablo, you always had the problem of like, hey, I pick a class, I pick the Paladin, right? And now I'm kind of like confined to what the designers have laid out for me, right? I'm confined within what are the skills that have been laid out for that class, and then also what is the play style for that, right? So, for example, I mean, they did give you a little bit of freedom there, right? Like you could come up with a subclass of the paladin, like, hey, I'll play a Hammerdin or something, right? But there's not that much depth there, right?
Yeah.
So what we want to do is, and by the way, let me explain one thing. So already on Ori and the Blind Forest back then, right? I learned my lesson in terms of skill trees. Let's get into this for a second, right? Because a lot of players always kind of like go, oh, where's my skill tree? Why can't I have a skill tree in the game, right? And I'm not a huge fan of skill trees because because of what I'll explain. So in Ori and the Blind Forest, I approached in the exact same way, right? I was a huge Diablo 2 fan and so on, and was like, oh, we need a progression system in the game. Let's do a skill tree, right? And we did a 3-pronged skill tree, right? Like here's this, like here's the agility tree, here's the strength tree, here's the whatever it was, magic tree or something, right?
Yep.
And the problem is with a traditional skill tree, and you very much see that in all of them, right? Like you usually have the problem of like, okay, because these nodes are connected, you usually have to get a bunch of shit that you don't want, right?
Yeah, to get to the one you do want.
Fucking, yeah, so even in Path of Exile 2 right now, you have that, right? Like you have that whole thing of like, oh, okay, I'm starting in this little group of nodes, right? And then I kind of like, in order, like get some resources, right? And then I have to get to this one. And then in order to get to this 5th one over there, I actually need to go over this, and blah, 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 right? And I think there's an inherent problem there, right? Similar to how attribute systems have inherent limitations that kind of suck, right? I think skill trees also have inherent limitations that kind of suck because you're making the player grind stuff that he doesn't really want just to get to the thing that he really wants, right?
Yeah.
But I think what players actually would prefer is, just let me play the fucking class the way I want to play it, and let me skill it the way I want to skill it, right? And that's the thing that is really hard to pull off, but I think we'll be able to pull it off, is that allow me to mix and match, right? Like I don't want to be fucking shackled by you designer who decided a couple of things, right? I want to be able to ultimately fulfill my RPG fantasy, right? So don't shackle me, designer. If I want to play a fucking, I don't know, flamboyant assassin with some abilities from a different class with blink, right? Let me do that, right? And don't make it difficult for me to do that, right?
Yeah,
so,
I want a 2-handed greatsword with cloth armor, but I'm also bringing minions in. Like...
Exactly, right? Like come up with your own class, but like we are basically giving you this boundary. So let's just break it down. The way it works is that it's still a soft class system. You'll still start deprived with nothing, right? On the coast. The moment you pick up a weapon, we did this thing where it's like the weapon for now defines your class, right? So if you pick up a sword, you will level into the Squire class, right? And then you level Squire for a while. And then as you defeat enemies and so on, you gain SP, so skill points, right?
Yep.
And with these skill points, you buy traits, you buy runes and so on. So the Squire class will have a bunch of traits in there, right, that fit that class, and a bunch of class runes that fit there, right? So that you have your gap closers and whatever the hell that you want, right? And the way it's going to work is that the class runes, you will have access to 8 class runes at all times, right?
Okay.
So on your keyboard, that's easy to do. On the controllers, it's like LT, RT, right? If you hold LT, you have 4 face buttons. That's how you activate them. On RT, you hold them, and you have
the other 4,
right?
Yep.
Exactly. So it's like the LB, RB, right? Like with LB, you have the offhand runes, or in RB, you have your main hand runes, right? And then with the class runes, it's LT, RT, right? So it's
8 runes, and as you level, you unlock those skill points to pick the runes? Or you always have
to buy them, to purchase them, basically, right? So you have your class screen here, and then as you gain SP, right, you will just have traits there, and the traits cost something. Traits are basically your character like stats and so on, right? That is what is replacing the attribute system. So, and the reason why we feel like, hey, this is way better is because of look at the typical traditional soul system, or the system that you have in Fallout and so on, right? You have a traditional attribute system in there, which basically is just, hey, you leveled up, and then put a point into health. And what that really does is it's giving you 5% more health, right?
Yeah.
So as a designer, you're kind of shackled within that design space of just, yeah, it's going to be 5% more health. And then on the next one, it's going to be 5% again. And then on the next one, it's only going to be 4%, right? Because at some point, you
So
probably have
when
diminishing returns,
classes
right?
drop, attributes are gone. Not repurposed.
Yes.
They're out of the game.
Completely gone. Yes, completely out of the game. So, and that is replaced by traits, right? So that you can then decide, hey, I have these traits. And as your character, like right now, we have like 6 trait slots, right? And you can just slot that stuff in, right? So meaning you don't put 3 attribute points into health anymore, right? But you spent that 500 SP to buy a health trait, right? That either just gets you flat up more HP, or hey, no, fuck that. Instead, I'm going for the one that gets me lifesteal, right? Or health rally, or whatever, right? Or like one that gets you even more HP, but then drains your stamina a little bit, or that kind of thing, right? So that it's like we have a lot more design space there, right? And the other nice thing with this is that you can't like fuck up with the builds, right? Because a lot of what we saw during the breach, that actually improved a little bit now, right? But a lot of what we saw was that people played their builds in a really crappy way, right? And it always happens with attribute systems because people play a strength build, but then they just assume that, hey, if I put points into dexterity, my combat speed should be faster, right?
Yes,
but that's not really how the system works, right? So
I always pitched
so
it as
kind
the
of like,
attribute system's like an illusion of choice, because to use this weapon, I have to put these points into the attributes. So even though I have all these options, there's not actually any options. Yeah,
exactly. So that's what I mean when I say attribute systems have these inherent limitations, right? And then with all the attribute systems out there, usually there's also, well, if you want to design it that way, you also kind of like have to give the player a way to reset all of it, right? Which kind of like defeats the whole purpose. Like, hey, here we introduced these things, we gave you interesting choices, and by the way, you can fucking reset it all, right? But if you don't allow to reset it, now you're sitting on a player having put 160 hours into the game, and you're telling him, hey, just restart the entire fucking game because you put 1 point into the wrong thing, right?
Yeah.
So the way,
and by the way, I've done that,
just,
and we don't accept that. If I click one attribute point wrong, I have to reset it.
Yeah, right. So that's why we're going this way, right? Simply because it's easier to understand. It gives you a ton of replayability, simply because you will want to play all these fucking classes, right? And try them, and then purchase all the abilities and so on. And by the way, I have to give credit where credit is due, because a lot of this stuff is straight up coming from, or is inspired by, was some homage to Final Fantasy Tactics, right? Because it uses pretty much that system. And your class progression and so on comes from play, right? Meaning that if you play a Squire build, or we named it here to Guardian, right? Squire. But if you play a Guardian build, then you will get more experience as a player because you already played that build, into like how to use a straight sword, right? And then also what the various class abilities are, right? And what the weapon runes are and so on, right? And you will naturally get better at that, right? And the cool thing is the mixing and matching, right? So that you can then say, oh, but I really like that gap closer ability, right? And I would still like to have that on my other build, right? And you can mix and match, right? So that
you'll have hybrid classes, basically.
Fantasy. Yes. So that's what we have to do for people, like, so that we don't just have ultimately like, here's these 26 classes that we have, right? But if you want to then come up with, but I want to play a Grim Reaper, and in my head, a Grim Reaper should play like this, right? Then it's like, yeah, cool. Now just put the runes in and put the traits in and put the enchantments in and so on. And you can most likely, because of how the math works out, right? You can most likely come up with that class that you really want to play.
And this is the class system. You've already mentioned this. It'll be tested with PTR, but it's a 1.0 system. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So the class system is the one, like I said, even like a year and a half ago, right? That we are going to replace, like, the one big heart surgery thing that we're going to do for Wicked until 1.0 is replacing the attribute system with the class system. There's already a ton of work that went into this, right? And it is literally heart surgery, right? Because you're taking out basically all the stats and like you're replacing it with something else, and you're giving, like, you're changing it to a much deeper, much more complex system. but one that I think is also going to be tutorialized better and easier to understand.
Okay.
So
would you say that this
So
image is
that's the whole
pretty
idea.
close to how many we're actually going to get it? I mean, these are so many classes. Like,
there is one missing here that I missed here, the marksman class for the crossbows, right? But yeah, that is what I have currently in the class manager. Not every single one of those is going to be for 1.0, right? Like, so I don't know like which ones we're going to
okay,
have to
you
drop,
said in
right?
the
But
past
there's some stuff there
Necromancer's
that
not
will
coming
not.
1.0. Necromancer's on here.
Yeah, exactly. Necromancer, and then yeah, there's a bunch of others, Exorcist and so on, right? That we will not have in 1.0. But you know, like obviously after 1.0, like we'll also have to make sure that, well, there's updates that we're going to release that will get people really excited and like back into the game.
Yeah. Necromancer's exciting. Damn it. Okay. I know you can't answer
Dude,
this question.
I hear you, right? I've even been working a little bit on the Necro still on the side, right? Simply because I love Necromancers as well. I completely get you.
I know you can't answer this question. It's probably the number one question I get while I'm playing No Rest for the Wicked. So timing on 1.0, I know you're not going to give a date. We've already asked that a bunch, but could you answer if we're going to get another major early access patch, or is the next major update 1.0?
The next major, we are already working on a patch. There's still a major patch coming. And that's going to bring in a bunch of these systems. There's a bunch of balance issues that people are complaining about, right? Like barrier and the
enhancement gems.
Damage resistance that doesn't have a cap, the enhancement gems, that kind of thing, right? So there's still going to be a patch that brings in the stuff, that brings in the dual mode, that brings in the comfort system and a bunch of other stuff, right? The beds, for example, we fucking ship together and like you can only enter a bed from one side, right? Like it's stupid stuff like that.
I did notice that when you put the bed in, you have to put it to make sure yeah.
Yeah, it's silly, right? Like, so there's little issues like that we absolutely gonna fix. But then we want to have Wicked in a space where it's like it's a really fun fucking game already, right?
Yeah.
But the team has to switch over to the class system and bring in all these features. So we'll be heads down for a while. And at the same time, we are already talking to all the console platform holders, like to basically Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, and are aligning with them, right? So that, hey, on those platforms, the game will run super well, right? That kind of thing. And that we find a good marketing opportunity where we can then release 1.0 and bring it to everybody and hopefully make a huge splash out of it, right? Because I think once we have everything in and it'll be on all platforms and so on, we have a pretty good chance that it'll blow up quite a bit.
I'm going to rephrase the question. We had early access, we had The Breach, we had Wicked together, major early access, marketed releases for Wicked. So not really bug fixes or patches that introduce systems. Is the next major drop 1.0?
For the public, yes. For PTR, no. So there will be patch one that puts the game in a good state, right? But then we still want to keep testing, and we will have, here's a group of people that already get to play a bunch of this other stuff, that get to try the class system, that get to try a bunch of the stuff that we have planned for 1.0. None of you, by the way, will get to play the story content, right? Simply because I'm not going to have anybody spoil the story.
That's smart. Yeah, smart.
Yeah. But generally, in terms of systems and so on, right? Like, yes, there will be a PTR, and like people will be able to playtest that. We'll, like make sure that we get a ton of feedback and that we just get to polish the crap out of it and like fix all the bugs and everything, right? But we will have to be heads down for a while to just basically finish it. We'll have to crunch a little bit, right? And then ship it and, like really kind of like do the whole 1.0 thing. Because it's also, we'll have to promote, we'll have to make a whole bunch of videos, featurettes.
People are asking like crazy, is PTR going to be open? So can you like apply to get in, or is it like how would somebody that wants to help test and make it awesome?
if you want to help and test, right, then just play the game a bunch. Because we are looking very much at who is playing, who is giving a lot of feedback, right? And if you fall into that group of like, hey, you're playing Wicked a ton and you're giving valuable feedback, that's where we basically pull you in, right? So if you're on our Discord and if you're chatting a lot, right, and if you're basically saying smart things, then the chances are much higher that we go and knock on your door and say, hey, you want to test this?
Okay. That is awesome. This question I'm really swinging for the fences for, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is 1.0 scheduled for this calendar year?
We'll have to see.
Is it possible?
Everything is possible. So...
I'll take it. I'll take that. All right, perfect. No, that wasn't a no. I'll take that. I will take that. On the screen right now, an image that was put out by Moon Studios shows the Oracle class at level 50, and it says mastered. Is that basically the 1.0 level cap is moving from level 30 to level 50? Was that a little Easter egg that was added into the image?
The level cap that we actually have right now in the game, that is not a final kind of like thing, right? But it's actually going to be 60.
Okay. All right. Oh, level cap moving to 60. All right.
From 30 to 60.
So it'll be doubling.
Yeah.
All right. One of the concerns that people have brought up about the class system is the idea that I pick a source, which is the image on screen right now, and I'm leveling the source, and it's like, oh, I no longer want to play source. I want to play two-handed greatsword. So, but I can't actually do that because I've leveled up source. So even though I'm not locked to playing source, I can't switch because everything else is under-leveled.
So no, we already solved that problem, right? That's not how the system works. So as like basically think about it like this, right? Let's say you already played a sorcerer, you leveled up to like level 20 or something. Right now you really want to get into greatsword builds, right? You will still be able to use that greatsword, right? And the only thing that you don't have is all your sorcerer runes and so on, right? So you will have to, like, in terms of gameplay, you're starting as a scrub within that class again, but from a power level, it'll be fairly similar because you'll already probably have picked up a greatsword at like level whatever, 10, 11, whatever, right? And that already does a certain amount of damage. So in many ways, the classes is not constant, like just power creep, power progression, right? It's also scaling sideways, right? And I think one of the reasons why that works in Wicked, and I've been fairly critical of that, right? In point and click kind of like classic ARPGs, right? Like the problem that everybody's facing, right? And that nobody has properly conquered yet, right? Is that once you get to end game, it always devolves into power creep.
Yeah.
Because there's no more design space left, right? Like every single class, it doesn't matter which class you pick, right? It always becomes, how do I wipe the screen the fastest, right? Because all you can do is really, increase power, right? Because there is no, timing, positioning, that kind of thing, right? And so with Wicked, it's a little bit different, right? Like the play style changes completely and all of that stuff, right? So in many ways, it's kind of like not scaling completely horizontally, right? But much more horizontally than vertically.
Yeah, so for the example, it would be you switch from a source to a two-handed greatsword. It's not that you're going to be weaker. You're just not going to have as many options because you haven't unlocked those options by playing the sword.
It's similar to in real life, right? If you're a martial artist, like if you're a swordsman, right? And now you become someone who wants to do his martial arts with daggers or something, right? You're not really starting from zero, right? Like you still understand the moves and so on, right? It's a similar thing here, right? Like you will still be able to pick up that weapon, you will be able to wield it. And the really nice side effect with all of this is also every item that you pick up actually becomes viable now, right? Because what we have right now is, hey, you fight this boss and it drops a really great bow, but You know, like you don't have dex requirement, right? And now you have to respec, right? With this, it's like, no, you can equip it. You just are a scrub as an archer, you know,
Yeah.
and you will, if you really want to use that, cool, level into it, play it more, and over time you will unlock all the traits, you will unlock all the things, right? So basically, it's just this whole thing of like we won't force you to kind of like completely play a new class or a new realm, right? You will be able to just play that, but the power thing, people I don't think have to be worried about.
Okay. I know you said you've been listening to the community from Wicked Together, people talking about balance and enhancement gems and barrier and certain runes that are stronger. People talk about using bows and you don't have to worry about enemies because you have range classes like wands. I was curious if you could just kind of talk to the community right now and just kind of your philosophy around balancing. For me, I'm a big proponent of, you know, if you don't have balance, you don't have difficulty, right? So there's no challenge. Like,
Right.
I mean, if you literally got rid of enhancement gems, I would understand. I was just curious, kind of, you're just your overall thoughts on ensuring two-handed greatswords are as good as a bow or a wand, basically.
So, for example, with the two-handed greatswords, one of the things that we obviously still have to do is that you have to have more access to playstyle, right? Because the one-handed stuff has, oh, I have shields, I will have pipes, I will have orbs, I will have tomes in offhand, right? And so that gives you more variety, right? But with the two-handers, what we have to do is that you also have 8 runes available, right? And that these runes will kind of like make up for that, right?
Yeah.
Meaning that it's a different place if you play two-hand versus one-hand, but we can't fall into this Diablo 2 thing, right? Where it's just, well, two hands are basically shit, right? Like if you play a paladin in Diablo 2, don't use a two-hander because it's like the stats will never make up. The stats that you lose from shield plus main hand, right, will never make up for what you gain from the two-hander. So that's the stuff that we need to look into. And then I don't want to overly just nerf everything, right? But there are going to be things in there like Archer, for example. It doesn't make sense that as you shoot the arrow, right? Right now there is no damage mitigation basically as the arrow flies longer, right? So that's stupid. Like that's something that we're gonna fix, right? So that you can't just stand back in the crucible and like fire things at enemies and like, you know, and that's it, right? Like there will be, if you fire from really far away at some point, that arrow doesn't have that energy anymore. And
it doesn't have the velocity. That's interesting.
Exactly. So it's those kind of things. And then just on the enchantments, we are just looking at, you know, the tuning of those and like, you know, okay, some of these synergies are a little bit crazy and so on, right? But it's all just kind of like finely balanced. But the bigger problem to me that we are seeing, and we're seeing that because right now you just have tiers 1 to 3, but some people already have really nicely tuned builds. And the problem is just a content problem, right? Like with these nicely tuned builds, you just don't have the tier 4 and tier 5 and tier 6 content yet that really fucks you hard, right? Like, so a lot of the builds that you guys are playing are great, but right now you're lacking that challenge. You're just missing those bosses and all that crazy shit that is still coming.
What about gap closing? Like enemies closing the gap on a bow user, or because enemies will always, I've kind of noticed enemies will jump back far to like miss an attack, but they don't really jump forward.
Yeah. So they need more kind of like range answers, right? Like answers to kind of like range issues and so on. So obviously we'll work on that, right? Like right now they have like simple things like, hey, they'll throw a rock or something, right? But they need like we'll need to come up with more stuff. And the more complex enemies already, like they will be able to do things like blink and that kind of thing.
Awesome. Scene 3. All right, everybody. Thomas is officially between 2 portals. Now, if you guys didn't hear me earlier, we are getting more towards the end of the podcast. Thomas will do a live Q&A with the audience. I will do my best to answer or ask as many questions as humanly possible. I doubt we will get through all of them. So if you have any questions, we will get to that portion in a little bit. Also, we're drawing a key for a free copy of No Rest for the Wicked. So to get into that for the end of the podcast, type in !giveaway. All right, Thomas,
These are a little more rapid fire. Okay.
Let's do it.
Transmogs. Right now, it is very, very hard to just visually match sets. Also, any plans for same set bonuses?
Transmogs right now is still on wish lists, and if we do it, we only do it for archetype, meaning you can change this cloth piece to that other cloth piece and this plate to that plate, but we're not going to allow you to do plate to cloth and things like that.
Okay. Any thoughts on
PvP.
if you had the same sets, you'd get a bonus? So, for example, I took the time, I got the 4 seer items, anything like that?
Yes, Timothy has already been working on that. There, that's a system that's still in the box. I'll let him explain it. But there's stuff like that where it's like if you have 2 of a set, you get this. If you have 4 of a set, you get this. If you have 3, blah blah.
Awesome.
Etc.
Any thought on, instead of just selling items you don't want, salvaging them for materials? So I have a bow, I don't want it, I sell it for silver. Now I could break it down for wood.
That's a Kevin Jordan thing, right? Like Kevin is always the economy guy at Moon. He initially didn't want us to do that, right? I'm kind of like in his neck a little bit with like, oh, but that would be such a great Danos upgrade, right? That you could upgrade Fillmore even more and then salvage your stuff and so on. We'll have to see. A lot of that is dependent on the itemization and where we end up with 1.0 and like how long it takes to gain certain resources and so on, right? And we always err on the side of keeping the players a little bit poor and it taking longer to get items, because then we can bring in these satisfying things of like, oh my god, now I got a faster way to get these items.
Got it. Okay. Right now we have dual daggers. Any thoughts on like dual swords, dual axes, the ability to dual wield?
That comes up all the time, right? We have things planned still regarding weapons and archetypes, right? But some of that stuff will only come after 1.0.
Okay. This question is from me. The ability to fast travel directly from the map or the whispers being labeled on the map so you know the name of the location.
That's a really interesting one. So name of the location on the map we will absolutely do, but that has come up even when we first brought in the fast travel. More one of our coders basically brought this up. And yes, I do think it's interesting that you at least like on the fast travel see the map thing there.
Okay. This is asked all the time. I feel like I already know what you're going to say. Mini map. So having a mini map in the corner
is not planned simply because we have a very it's not. The reason why it works and is really good in like a Diablo is because literally every level that you play through is a flat plane, right? So it works. But if you try to play the minimap, we had this, by the way. If you try to play the minimap the way you do it in Diablo, you will constantly fall off a fucking cliff and so on, right? And I already get enough shit from people falling off cliffs.
That question's coming. Yeah.
It's not planned right now.
Okay. Yeah. That's actually interesting. A lot of people, I get what you mean. You actually play the map, you're not playing the game. So yeah, you'd fall and die all the time. That's interesting. Okay. Gathering. So right now, if we use an example for a tree, I swing, I hit perfect. I swing, I hit perfect. It drops 2 logs. Then I have to click to pick up, click to pick up. That's if it doesn't fall in a river or off a cliff. Any thoughts on the materials going immediately into your storage, just like you were gathering flowers or something like that?
We'll do a lot of stuff there. That's the reason why we have enchanted tools and so on, right? Like we'll see. We'll definitely expand on things with like gathering and so on now that we have enchantments and tools.
Okay. Any plans for an actual, these are all, guys, I'm asking community questions from yesterday. Any plans for an actual affix or enhancement for less fall damage?
No.
Okay.
Simply because of exploits.
Yeah, people
we don't
skipping.
want you to get to people skipping in a way where it doesn't require skill. It's just available to everybody. Like, no, it's not planned.
Okay. With the new class system, is there any changes to the way weight load is changing in the future?
Yeah, there's no load. It's going to be a trait, right? So you will have to sacrifice one of your slots. for that.
So weight and attributes gone with the class system. Interesting. Awesome.
Everything that is in attributes right now is going to be gone. It's going to be replaced by traits. So people have to make interesting choices. What are you putting? Like your class is very much going to be defined by what are you putting into the 6 slots for your character.
Okay. This is something that I ran into multiple times. Like I want to play a fire infusion. I want to play a fake plague infusion. I found 100 gems, but I haven't found that one gem I want. Any thoughts on like a conversion? So for example, I have 10 chipped skulls and I could trade those in for a bigger one. Or even if the conversion was brutal, like I've got 20 of these embers and I could trade it for the ember I need.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we're expanding Sacrament. I'll leave it at that.
That's a yes. Thank you. I've had multiple people join the stream and they are devastated to the point of tears because they cannot, or they sold, or they broke down, or they destroyed their item locking, inventory locking, realm recovery.
Yes, I hear it. Yes. Yeah, we'll fix that.
Okay. Awesome. Item locking coming. Is Moon Studios happy with the state of dots? It seems like most of the time people are playing crit builds. So for example, like Bleed Infusion, Plague Infusion, any updates for dots coming?
All of that will be heavily affected by the class system and we'll make our final decisions on that. So I can't say anything right now. We're literally in the midst of it right now, right?
Okay.
So I just yesterday had these calls where we went over that. So we'll have to see.
Awesome. Changes to quivers. I know quivers were kind of a last minute thing that almost, I think you put in personally. I get asked all the time, are we going to be able to put affixes on quivers?
Yes. So all of that, right? And like there's right now we just have 4 quivers. So obviously, there's more stuff coming.
Awesome. This question, I'm sure it's a no-brainer. More building projects coming to Sacrament in the future?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Smarter cliffside mechanics. So for the example, you're sprinting and you hit a ladder or you hit vines. Instead of climbing down the ladder or climbing down the vines, you jump off the cliff. This happens all the time.
Yeah, there's a difference between little bugs and quality of life things, right?
Yeah.
Where, like you don't fall, like players shouldn't fall because of little hiccups, right? But they should fall if they roll off a cliff, right? Like it's a skill issue. Like if it's a skill issue, you die. There's no, like, I'm sorry, but if you roll off a cliff, you die, right? But if it's literally like, oh, you got stuck somewhere, or oh, these vines didn't properly trigger or something, that's obviously we're fixing that.
Okay. I know you get asked this question a lot. Server options, the ability to turn off friendly fire. Basically, but I mean just more in general, having options over the server you're playing with your friends.
Yeah, so that's where the realm modifiers come in, right? So there's definitely still a huge thing that we want to do there, simply because, especially with co-op, right? Like you want to have that thing where you can set up, and there's a lot of replayability you can get out of that. I gave that example before, like when I was younger, I always played games like GoldenEye and Halo together with my buddies, right? And they always had modifiers, right? Like you could play Slayer or something, right? And it really massively increased the replayability, right?
Yeah.
I'd want similar things as well in Wicked, right? Where even for setting up the game in a way that would particularly suit your group, right? Like if you're a huge fan of corpse runs, right? And giving you that extra when you died, right? Like there should be something there, right? Like we even have that mechanic already integrated, right? So I really would want to see more of that stuff, so people can really challenge themselves and even share particular realm modifiers, right? So you can be proud and say, oh my God, I finished Wicked kind of like with these realm modifiers active, right? That's
like a challenge run.
Yeah.
Any potential plans for a throwing system? For example, like you're skilled enough, you actually pick up a monster and throw it off a cliff, or anything throwing related.
Funny that you mentioned that, and I don't know if I should say that, but
your smile saying yes.
Yeah, so there's gonna be some cool stuff coming in 1.0. Let's stick with that.
Throwing coming. People. This next question is around randomization. So Thomas, ever consider like a jack-in-the-box mechanic? You know, you kill a random squirrel or bunny or deer, and that squirrel turns into like a were squirrel, and you got to fight it, or like randomization in those types of regards.
Yeah, and mimics and so on, right? Yeah, we want to bring that in.
Okay. I don't even want to read this one. Loot goblins.
We have some really cool fucking mimic concepts, by the way.
Mimics?
Yeah, like some of the most disgusting, crazy loot concepts that mimic concepts that I think people will enjoy a lot.
Community member wants to know if the idea of like loot goblins, not like obviously copying Diablo, but you're running through the forest and there's something random you normally don't see that you got to go hunt down and chase.
I love the whole thing of loot goblins. We even have it integrated already, right? We just never really finished it, right? But I like the whole mechanic of there's something there. I really want to get it, but oh my God, it's running past all the enemies and now it's mayhem, right? And like I have to get it, but there's a timer and everybody's chasing me now and all of that.
Okay. That is awesome. People love random encounters, like whether they want to admit it or not, the butcher mechanic, loot goblins, like just anything that's different
Events
than normal.
As well, and so on. Yes.
Yeah. Crossplay. So when 1.0 launches and you have PC and PS5 or any console, would I literally be able to access my PC characters?
All of that. Yes.
On PS5. Yeah. Yep. Awesome.
Yes. Everybody can play together. And if you go from PC to PS5 and use your account, then you will still be able to play your save and so on.
Okay. I literally can't believe it. We made it through all the questions. Final question. For the comfort system, will you be able to decorate your walls? Wallpapers, portraits, pictures, like basically tons of more decorations for your house?
Not in the initial one. In patch 1, we don't allow that yet, but that is definitely something that I would love to see happen.
Okay. Awesome. Holy smokes. Everybody that was here for pre-show, we have asked every single question on the list. Switching back to scene 1. Very, very nice. I can't believe we got through everything. All right, everyone. Thomas, thank you so much for coming on. We are now in the final portion of our podcast today. This is the Q&A. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at us. I'm going to do my absolute best to ask as many questions as possible. Thomas, I recommend to answer the questions as fast as possible. So, all right. If you have a question for Thomas, go ahead and ping me, like at Aaron Action RPG in the chat, and I will do my best. Okay. Ask about Plague Ichor. What can you obtain from it? Very limited. Can you get everything quickly? How's the system? Will it progress in the future? Future for the Plague Ichor system.
Well, just wait for our endgame systems. You will see.
Okay. Will there be any secret classes like in Final Fantasy Tactics? Ones that aren't like announced, but you might find?
Well, they wouldn't be secret if I would just say that.
Great answer. Somebody said any fixes for like the dupe mechanic. I don't know what that is, but duping, cheating, hacking the game, anything like that.
I would be very careful with some of that stuff that people are doing right now. Yes, I saw what people are doing with modifying these files and so on. I would advise against it.
Okay, don't get a permanent ban.
Don't get mad at us. Don't get mad at us if at some point you corrupt your stuff, right, with that.
Okay. Any chance this is coming to Mac OS?
We have the editor already running on macOS, so it's more of a question of when, not if. We have to do consoles first, though.
Okay. People want to know if there's a wipe at 1.0. I think you've already said there will be, right? Like a fresh start?
Yes, there will be.
Okay. Any chance
for a fresh start? And the game is changing a lot, right? We want you to experience all the new side quests and everything that is in there, right? The game will be quite different, quite a lot more depth and so on, right? We want everybody to experience Wicked in the best possible way.
Any chance for a Bard class in the future, like a true support class?
I mean, there's going to be many classes that we are looking at right now for 1.0. Bard is not on that list.
Okay. Will classes have specific armor types, or is it really just the weapon?
That's an interesting one. So I have to stick with we'll have to see, right? Internally, I already assigned all the armors to the various classes, but we'll have to see, because we have to be very, like, we don't want to limit players, but I think encouraging them to match X with Y is a good idea.
Okay. Any plans for music buffs? So you could play like in your house, you go to bed, you get a buff, you pet the dog, you get a buff. What about music buffs?
I'm not sure I understand what a music buff is.
I don't know. Like you have the little music player, maybe. All right, moving on. There's like 1,000 questions. There's like so
there
many.
There will be more things like that, right? Like we have the Songkeeper in the game. Like obviously we'll do more of that in the future.
A question around like a bodybuilding, like roid mage class that uses fists, like a kind of like a Hulk class. Like a no weapons class. Is that? All right.
We'll see.
Nodding his head. Stash tabs or support class. Wait. Ask about stash tabs or a support class, please. Stash tabs. So like basically being able to.
There's going to be more housing items and so on, right? So yeah, there's a lot more coming. Like basically even with the housing items that we have right now, it doubled the amount. There's even going to be tableware and all kinds of crazy shit that you will have in your house that you'll have access to.
Okay. Someone asked how many zones are planned. 4 more for 1.0. Will you be able to buy houses in other areas? Martin Village, for example.
Not for 1.0, but after that, yes.
Okay.
You will be able to buy houses in Havenport and in Tier once we get to those zones.
Awesome. Any chance for a gunner class? Guns. Like no. Flintlock? No?
No. Nope.
Leaderboards for PvP or PvE?
We'll have to see.
Okay. In May of 2025, you guys hinted that nunchucks are coming to the game. Is that still planned?
Yes, we even have a bunch of the models already. We have a bunch of the animations and so on, right? But I have to finish 1.0. I don't know if I can get that in still.
Nunchucks confirmed. Thoughts on no loading screens when entering a small area?
Yes. Right now we have this whole rule that like we just show the loading screen all the time, right? When we actually, it's interesting, when we originally launched, we didn't have the loading zones in there, right? The loading screens. We added that after, but a lot of people kind of like have pretty fucking fast machines, right? And then you get these loading zones that are like 1 or 2 seconds or so, right? So yeah, I think we can be a little bit smarter there.
Okay. So when you're you have a bunch of enchantments that you've ripped off of items. People are asking about being able to search your stash instead of just like mouse over each one.
A lot of that stuff is usually coming towards the end, right? This is quality of life, kind of like polished stuff and so on. So we'll have to see. Yeah.
Okay.
There will be cool house items though, right? Like in many ways, I don't want people to just trash all their stuff into one chest and then call it a day, right? Like there will be an ember reliquary, right? That you can place in your house and then have your embers there and so on, right? And ways for people to sort things themselves, right? So I always kind of like first want to go that route before we do like my whole thing with like, if your game requires loot filters, you probably already have a different problem, right? And so I want to take the natural, go to the natural solution first.
Okay. Any plans for a non-melee two-hander? So like a staff, but not a staff that hits, like an actual ranged attack caster.
Yes, but I have to see if I can get that into 1.0. We'll see.
Okay. Any plans to add dragons to the game? These are just questions straight. No. Okay. No dragons.
No, Wicked is very much supposed to be low fantasy. It's not high fantasy, right? We'll never do things where if a character dies, we bring them back through some magical thing and so on. That's not what we're doing.
Happy with the current difficulty settings?
Not really. So we already know that a lot of like we could do more interesting things with hard mode. People are already asking for even harder stuff, right? Even though, well, some of that stuff is not that is just from, okay, you actually want more content and more difficult content that is coming anyway, right? But there's definitely still stuff that we're going to tweak on difficulties.
Is there any secret in the game that you think nobody has found? Something out there still not discovered?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Do we have any idea when patch 1 will drop? I believe you posted today that it'll be soon. Is
Yes, but yeah, we first want to make sure that all of this stuff is fixed, right? So that we leave Wicked in a really good spot for all the people in the public, right? That it's fine. And so that we're in a fine spot with people kind of like waiting for things to drop.
Okay. I'm sorry. Chat is exploding. When you said there's a secret still in the game that nobody has found, could you even point or give any clue that people could start hunting for? Like anything? Like north, south, nothing? No.
I mean, you will see once 1.0 is out. It will be like, people will have a couple of like, oh my God moments. Yeah, so we'll see.
All right, we got to figure this out. There's so much stuff in here. Thoughts on not like companions, but like helpers. So you go to bed, but you send out the people to go get, farm trees. Basically kind of like minions in your...
That is not planned right now. Yeah, that is not planned right now. I know what people are asking for, why they're asking for it, but it's, if we would consider that, then after 1.0. It's not on our list right now.
Okay. I know you've said this in the past, but just publicly, any plans for purchase MTX armor, weapons, anything as far as purchasable cosmetics?
Absolutely, 100% no.
Okay. You guys,
happy to elaborate on why, right? Because
Go ahead.
I'm going to have some very interesting discussions at GDC about this. But I completely get why we ended up in that spot as an industry we're in right now, right? But if you really think about it, especially with ARPGs, I think if you put microtransactions in the game, right, we're getting a lot of outreach from people that just want to support Moon, right, and like would be totally happy with cosmetics and so on, right? But it's always this downward spiral. If you do it as a developer, at some point it will become part of your revenues, right? Like of your revenue model. And then you will be required to do that constantly, right? And what usually happens is that at some point, if you are dependent on that, you will make sure that, well, the stuff that is in the game can't be as good as the stuff that you buy with your credit card, right? And I don't want to open up that can of worms. I have too much humility. Like none of us is smart enough to kind of like understand exactly, how this could evolve, right? So I don't even want to up this Pandora's box.
Okay. Do you feel like parry system is in a good place, or does it still need some tweaking?
There's changes coming to parry.
Okay.
Still, yeah.
Awesome.
Even just making it more satisfying, right? I think that effect and like that thing when you actually land the parry, there's going to be stuff coming. There's also the call-out system coming that is going to make that juicier. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Any plans to make co-op more than 4 people?
Not right now. There is stuff that people are asking for, right? Where it's like allow a queue and that kind of thing. That's something we could think about. But for at least 1.0, no, it's going to be 4 people for now.
Okay. People are saying, don't spoil what it is, the secrets. I always want to know. Will there ever be more diverse equipment, such as belts or just other equipment slots?
Again, there's going to be more items in general, right?
Yeah.
Like you will have pipes, orbs, tomes, and so on, that kind of thing. But before we go and add more stuff, I really want to fully exploit the design space of the stuff that we already have, right? I don't think we're quite there yet. So there's still a lot more that we can do. So we'll do that first. Once we actually hit a wall, that's when you think about adding more things.
Okay. Last podcast, you talked about saving your goat blood when we were talking about the secret cow level. Is there plans for something to discover for 1.0?
Why are you asking me about secret stuff? Yeah, like it's not gonna be secret if I'm gonna already spill it, right? So
You already
I'm not
spilled
gonna answer
it.
any of this.
All right, you're right. Stupid question. How do you feel about the current state of uniques? Some people say there's only 1 or 2 uniques that are actually solid after you beat the campaign. Is there going to be changes to itemization?
Yes, like yeah, for sure, right? Like I left a lot of the stuff for the class system because it didn't make sense anymore that that we would go and fix these now, right? Simply because there's this whole rework that is that we knew would be coming right after the Together update. But yes, for sure, right? Like we hear you, we agree with a bunch of these complaints. Yes.
Okay. Will the biomes ever have a weather system? Raining, snow, ash, where obviously the zones are handcrafted, but maybe there can be some different effects when you're in it instead of just like time of day.
Well, we already have weather, right? Like it can already rain,
Yeah.
and it can be like stormy and that kind of thing. So yeah, will we have more of that in the future? I don't know, right? But right now, the bigger thing to figure out, and that I'd still like to look into, is giving that more gameplay purpose, right?
Okay.
So right now it's a nice visual thing, but I think it would be nice if it would have an actual gameplay purpose.
I've seen this question. Mounts. Does Wicked have any plans for mounts in the future?
No, like look at the way we design our levels, right? Like there's no, like how the fuck does your horse climb a ladder, right? Like it doesn't happen.
Yeah, right. And you don't sell cosmetics, so why would you have mounts? I mean, it doesn't.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to read 5 more questions. I'm scrolling all the way to the bottom. I love that answer. All the way to the bottom. Any plans for a market of any kind?
Not right now. Like we're still kind of like looking at how people trade and kind of like use the multiplayer features and so on, right? Maybe in the future we'll expand things more, but not right now.
Any plans for like a fatality or finisher type system? That would be really cool.
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Will the future expansions after 1.0 be paid?
Yes. So we are not going the traditional microtransactions route, right? Like we're not gonna nickel and dime people on, hey, you only get to really look cool if you pay us, $20 for this skin or some shit like that. But what we do and where we want to go is just literally doing what has been done in the past, what From Software still does, right? Where it's like we will, after 1.0 drops, it will be hopefully masterpiece level, right? And like people are going to be really happy with what we're shipping. After that, we're going to go away for a while, right? Like, and a lot of our people are going to work on the huge new expansion. Meanwhile, we're going to keep updating the game, right? Add more systems, add more modes, add more stuff, like really give people even more value, right? But then at some point, the huge new update will drop, and that will be, a bigger expansion, basically. So it's an expansion model. It's not the traditional microtransaction thing.
People in chat are spamming that they want to buy it right now. So you guys are looking pretty good for the question. Final question. Is there any plans, maybe with the comfort system, to make it easier to place items in the house? Like the actual way of decorating.
Yeah. I mean, especially also keyboard and mouse, right? Like that's something that we have to look into. And then I already put snapping in. I don't know how many people are actually using that, right? But yeah, we have to do some quality of life there to make it snap towards walls and that kind of thing, right?
Guys, there's lots of questions popping up around PvP. Earlier in the podcast, Thomas already talked about PvP and how it's going to work and the test for it. And by the way, there is a way, to place the items a lot easier in the house with the controller. It's like a little trick. All right, Thomas.
By the way, I mean, the dual mode is not the full PvP that we had planned, right? The dual mode is the first test and like for people to fuck around, right? there is gonna be a fuller PvP in Wicked at some point. We already, like I already said that, right? Like we already internally for years had run tournaments in at the studio, which has always been really fun. So there's gonna be a full-blown arena, and I do think we have a chance of really changing the way fighting games are being perceived a little bit, simply because of how deep our combat system is and that it's a full 3D space, right? So, because I'm really passionate about this stuff, because when we moved from 2D fighting games to 3D fighting games, it's really just, yeah, you have polygons, right? But the actual 3D fight, like there were some things that Capcom did with Power Stone, right? Where it was actual 3D, and that was quite fun. But I think we can do even better than that. And I think that'll be really fun. The PvE, in many ways, because of how the arena work, the various arenas work and so on, it's going to be a bit of a mix of Nidhogg, like your typical fighting game, Nidhogg and Bomberman and that kind of stuff, right? But there's going to be like, we're going to look quite a bit at PvP. At the same time, let me already say also that it's not going to be esports level stuff, right? It's going to be similar to Dark Souls, where it's a fun mechanic. We want people to have tons and tons of fun, but we're not going to go to, oh, now it's competitive esports and like, you know, like that kind of, like that's just not what we're doing.
Yeah, somebody put castle versus castle would be a lot of fun, something like that. We're already talking about on my channel Friday Night Fights. So if PvP is introduced in a way that, you know, you could create a bracket, and like you said, it's, you know, it's for fun. It's not like super competitive, but maybe like we could do like every other Friday a Friday Night Fights, and you could sign up on Discord, and I don't know, just some fun different things that you could do.
And doing things like betting items against one another, right? Like, hey, what are you betting, right? And if you lose that item and so on. A lot of that stuff could be really fun.
Somebody said, please, for the love of God, keep that spirit. Moon Studios for the win. All right, Thomas, there is probably 100 questions I did not get to. For anybody that didn't get their question answered, Thomas, where's the best place that they could bring their question?
Just hop onto our Discord, right? We are there a lot of, like, all of our developers jump in there all the time, right? Read it, and you know, like we're just there, right? So if you have questions and so on, we're there. Just ask. Good chance that I will jump in and like answer it myself.
Okay, awesome. Man, the pre-show, we went over all the questions we wanted to ask. We wanted to talk about the future of Wicked, and Thomas, I just appreciate you and Moon Studios so much. It is a breath of fresh air being able to talk to not only somebody that is the top level of the studio, but someone that is in the weeds designing the game and playing the game. If people don't know, Thomas isn't just like
actually knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Correct. He's not somebody at the top level just barking orders and pointing. He's in the studios during the holidays alone, actually creating Wicked. So to just hear your answers for the future and what you are trying to make, man, it is just, man, you could see why the success is coming.
I do want to keep that humility of just like, we're making a game for the people out there, right? Like, in many ways, we're making Wicked as like that ARPG that we always dreamed of making, right? But ultimately, I think as a developer, you have to keep that humility of understanding you're making this game for the people out there, right? Which is why it's so important to kind of like have this community, and for people to tell us, like, give us your feedback, right? Because ultimately, we are all sitting in one boat, right? Like, we all want the same thing, which is this should become the most fun ever, right?
Yep.
And so, yeah, that's what we're like. We are making that game for you folks, right? So if you send us your feedback, we very much listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, you really blew me away today with not only what's planned for 1.0, you guys are already thinking about the future, and it's not like we're adding farming, so now you don't have to go out and explore. It's like it's a full-blown system. You're not just going to have a house where you could fast travel. It's a full-blown system, you know. End game, we're making, it's just, it's, I really like where you guys are taking it, and that is, it's a pleasure talking to you, and I appreciate you coming here and interacting with me in the community for 2 hours. And a lot of times developers and studios won't answer questions the way that you answer questions. So I think what the community is really saying is like, just please don't ever change.
keep the spirit and just keep the drive going. It's just
Well, we have that advantage that we're not some corporation, right? Publicly, we're not publicly traded or that kind of thing, right? We're making like Wicked is a game from gamers for gamers, right? And we just basically want to do right by players, right? So if people out there like and enjoy Wicked, right? Like hopefully that goes on for a long time, right? That we have this fair relationship of like we make awesome stuff, you guys buy it and support us, and we'll keep making more awesome stuff because of that.
Yeah, somebody said don't do Ashes of Creation on us, please. I think you're
that's not gonna happen.
That's not gonna happen. Okay, awesome. Everybody, that is gonna do it for Town Portal Podcast episode 14. Sad that Frosty LaRue cannot be here, but he's going to do a full recap video as well. I see tons of questions as well in the chat that Thomas already answered earlier around dual wielding and some things for the future, so you could listen to the podcast later on. For the post show, we're going to draw a free copy of No Rest for the Wicked, so hang out for a little bit. You can get a chance to win. And if you have any questions for Thomas or the team, you could head over to their Discord and ask away. Actually, Thomas, final thing. You said patch 1 is soon. Is that like a week? Mm-hmm. You don't got to give a date, but like expect it soon?
Bit more than that, but
couple of weeks.
Soonish.
Yeah,
a couple of weeks.
Awesome.
Yeah, soonish.
Thomas, thanks so much for hanging out, and you're welcome anytime.
Absolutely. I always enjoy talking to you, Aaron, right? Like now that you're actually a Wicked crazy person who put 300 hours in.
What?
We can really talk. Yeah.
I know. I was so excited
for this podcast. We can really talk kind of like
internal
internal baseball, right? So it's fun.
Yeah, now that I get it, the podcast definitely hit different. Okay,
I'll definitely invite you to the PTR, right? So that you can also try the class system and so on. You will have to kind of like keep quiet for a while on that, right? But we'll definitely set something up so that you can also give us feedback on that and so on.
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to leak anything, so I think that's no, I really won't leak anything. I promise. All right, guys, I got to let Thomas go. Post show starting now. Thomas, thank you, sir.
Aaron, it was really fun again.
They could still hear you.
Oh.
I'll chat with you in a little bit.
Yeah, but it's always really fun. Yeah, okay.
All right, thanks, bud. Thomas is on. Don't let him in the PTR. What is that supposed to mean? Let me get this straight. You guys just want me to talk to Thomas the whole time. Just bring him back and we'll just talk the whole time. That's what you want. You guys know I can't keep him all day. Yes? What? Yes. Let him finish the game. What? Okay, come on, guys. Who would you rather listen to, me or Thomas? Can we at least have that conversation? Thomas? What do you mean, Thomas? Thomas. Definitely Thomas. Where's the counter at? Thomas, Polka, Thomas. Do you have to ask such a stupid question? Can you start smoking a pipe? Let me see if I get this straight. I should start cussing and smoking a pipe. Is that, if anything, I should just try and become this man. That's where I'm at. Thomas or White? Yes. Aaron, great job on the podcast. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. 100%. Now you're getting it. Yes. Love you, folks. Thanks for playing. Okay, don't smoke a pipe like Thomas. Smoke a cigar. W on the podcast. You guys, I don't even know how to recap what just happened. For the true, I shouldn't say true, that's like ridiculous. For the hardcore Wicked fans that heard that whole podcast, I mean, I'm honestly a little speechless. I don't even know what to say. Post in full, no cuts on YouTube. Yeah, that's the plan. Lots of serious info. Yes. There was a ton of info. Yes. Now we know where the cow level is. How do we rewind this? You did a brilliant job. Well done with the interview. Thank you. Yeah, I had to reel it in a second. I cut him off a few times when we were talking about the class system. And I never want to cut off Thomas. I was just so excited. So I had to like reel it in. Aaron, you need to listen to the podcast. I got to listen to my own podcast again. Thanks for the interview. I'm pumped. Guys, Comfort System is coming like in a few weeks. In a few weeks, we're getting balancing and Comfort System. There's too much coming. Yes. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to redo the entire Wicked section on actionrpg.com before the Wicked section is done. Wait, isn't 1.0 full release? So we're getting a patch that is coming, and that patch is going to rebalance, fix a lot of bugs, and introduce the Comfort System, which is a way to basically your house will... He literally said you're going to need build guides for your house. So we're going to see. We're going to have to see what that's like. I don't envy the wiki people. Wiki section should be top priority. I don't want to sound too over the top, but when you hear Thomas talk about the game, he talks about endgame, he talks about story, talks about bosses, itemization, classes, farming, expansions, biomes, PvP, comfort system, compendium. I mean, it could just be me. It could just be my love of the game. It feels different. It just feels different. It just feels different. I'm gonna have to rewatch your VOD because I was only able to watch the very beginning. I get hyped every podcast. Man, it's so good. Passionate. You can feel that his heart is in the game. It's like, oh, I mean, Thomas isn't stupid. If he put in a cosmetic shop, right? 99.9% of games do it. And instead of my character looking like this, I could look like a decked out paladin. He knows he would make more money. Nope, we're not messing with it. No chance. Nope. Because then that makes us make worse quality in-game stuff. And nope, we're not crossing that line. There will be no paid battle passes, no pay for cosmetics, no supporter packs, nothing. Period. He has a vision for the game and he's sticking to it. Yep. Correct. All right. I promised everybody that we're going to draw a free copy of No Rest for the Wicked, and we're going to do that in a few seconds. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subscribed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Costs you nothing. That's what Last Epoch said too. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And then Crafton buys Moon Studios. Will you guys stop it? Aaron's eyes when Thomas said PTR access. My eyes did not do anything. I don't even care. I don't even want PTR access. But since they offered it, I'll help. I don't want it, but I'll take it, It's like, you go to someone's house, they offer you a gift. It's rude to not accept it. So I'll accept the access. But
Thanks for the podcast. Made the road trip a lot quicker. You're very welcome. You're welcome. I don't leak anything. People just joke around. I would never leak anything on Wicked. I would just say what's coming is going to revolutionize the game and you guys are going to love it. Clip that. I don't want that PT. Don't clip me saying I don't want PTR. Don't clip. Can't just clip everything. You should have told him. So, and again, this is me. I just don't know. I don't know how PTR works for Wicked. So it's invite only. It's not you can apply for it. Rate this game on a scale of 1 to 10. I don't know, probably like a 9. It's probably like a 9. It's so good. It's probably like a 9. It's probably for an early access, only 40% complete. It's probably like a 9. It's a very solid 9. Yeah, it's probably like a 9. Okay. Everybody. Thomas said the average full complete fresh start of No Rest for the Wicked is about 40 hours. He said current guesstimates 1.0 hits, complete is going to be 120 hours and up. We thought the game was doubling in size as far as like hours spent. It's really like, it's like 3xing. No shot? I don't know. 4 new areas, 4 to 5 new bosses, comfort system, compendium, farming, class system, expansion of the Crucible, factions, the ability to purchase a castle, expansion of Sacrament. That's great. That's what PvP. That's 1.0. He also said that the cutscenes and the new areas coming to Wicked, right? Because the campaign, we can only go so far. He said the cutscenes and the new areas are the best quality content and cinematics Moon Studios has ever produced. It is some of the coolest stuff they've ever made. Did he say anything about a class that could gain monsters' abilities, like the Blue Mage from Final Fantasy? He talked about the Necromancer class being able to become the enemy. I saw your eyes light up when he said you could slap me with the fish. Now, Frosty. I would love a farming area near the windmill. There are certain areas of Sacrament that are currently blocked off, and those areas will open up. And basically, when you purchase a house, I think you basically get like a farming as well. And he goes, basically what they're designing is Wicked is going to become like, you know how they say, like, if you do everything, if you do everything okay, you master nothing. It's going to be a comfort game with an ARPG, with an end game loop, with a PvP, like, it's going to literally do everything. They said you could play the game as a full comfort game if you want. It's all part of the learning curve. Dude, we will have a castle for sure. I don't care how long it takes. I feel like you guys are like me. He's like, only the 1% will own a castle. I don't care how long it takes. We will have the castle in No Rest for the Wicked, period. Like, I don't, if it takes 1,000 hours to grind it out, we will have it. Yeah, because you will steal your way there. No, to take everyone's stuff. No, I will get the West, you're not allowed to get the castle, okay? West, you could join my server. And we are the 1%. Wait, you could have, I'll give you the manor. You could have the manor, but you can't have the castle, dude. Game on. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Guys, I also wasn't kidding that
the way that they introduce PvP and the arena, we will set up something fun. It'll be fun. It won't be crazy serious, but we'll do like a bracket system for Friday night fights, and we'll hold like tournaments live on Twitch. Obviously, I'll be the reigning champion because I probably won't lose the whole time, but maybe I'll throw some fights, or I'll, step aside a couple weeks so that I don't, because it wouldn't be fun if it was just me at the top. But reigning champion, come at me with thorns. Oh, great. Everyone's already talking crap. How about I join the server and then lock you out of the castle? That's not allowed. I'll believe it when I see it. You don't even play multiplayer now. Now I got to listen to this. So, Aaron, no rest for the wicked. Game of the year. Thomas has aspirations for game of the year. Just so you know. Like, I shouldn't say Thomas. Moon Studios has aspirations for when 1.0 drops to be game of the year contender. That's what they want. That's what they want. What the heck is a community train? A community train? I don't know. I should have won for Ori. I don't know what a community train is. I've been on a community train. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Al, thanks for the 5 subs. Okay, everybody, listen up. If you are new here at Action RPG, if there's ever a level 2 hype train, the polka must flow until the hype train is over. As soon as this hype train is over, we are drawing the giveaway. Enjoy. Yes, polka. And by the way, we just can't sit around listening to polka all day. Guys, don't put those emotes in the chat. Somebody might see those. Don't do that. There might be somebody new here. Guy? Blurps should be unpaused. Sad sack, don't do that. Not the big emote. Oh, brother. That's it. Now I'm pissed off. You guys have to listen to yodeling now. Sorry. You have to listen to yodeling. Sorry. What do you think of that? Go ahead and leave. I can't believe this. Give me the lore. No, we're not talking about polka. All those emotes, they're probably AI made. There's no way I would do stupid stuff like that. So don't. Oh, we're going to talk about it. No, we're not. At some point. Guys, we just can't listen to polka for the rest of the stream. I'll be back in a week or two. You'll be fine. Wicked is calling. No. All right, I can't listen to this anymore. No, not that either. Come here, you stupid boar. I could do that too. Guys, we're drawing the giveaway at the end of this hype train. At the end of this hype train, we're drawing the giveaway. A community train. I gotta look up and see what a community train is. Aaron, do you think the new class system will be better than the attribute system? Yes. It says level 5 and GIF viewers emotes, whatever that means. I don't know. I'm Italian. I'm Italian. See that? I pushed him off the edge. And don't call me a bully. All right. Oh, brother. Thank you guys for the community train. I've never seen that before. All right. Let's draw the giveaway. I'm still trying to figure out what just happened. Ugh. Aaron, out of all the things Thomas said, what are you most excited about? I feel like a lot of people out there like me are currently in a state of wanting more. We want more endgame. We keep hearing about all these systems, and we're so excited for the future. He did not say this per se, but the next major update coming to Wicked is 1.0. And when asked if 1.0 is possible to drop in 2026, he said yes. That's what I'm most excited about, is that all this stuff we're discussing in the future could be this year. That is hype. Yes, it is. Comfort system confirmed. Class system confirmed. Farming confirmed. Compendium confirmed. 4 new areas confirmed. All of the areas having a boss fight with a pinnacle boss to end the campaign confirmed. Gear or tool enchantment confirmed. Castle purchase coming to Sacrament confirmed. PvP and what PvP will look like confirmed. 4 statues of the Crucible being each its own end game system confirmed. Level cap raising to level 60 confirmed. Factions coming to the game, and the faction you will join will dictate side quests and things you do. Confirmed. We got all of that, and that's and there's way more. Those are my notes. All of that. The game, as far as he's like, we were trying to talk about how much is the game gonna grow. Would you say it's gonna double in size? And he couldn't answer that question. But he said, obviously, the game is going to grow in size. But really what's important is time spent in Wicked. Right now, it's about 40 hours of content, give or take. That's what the average they're seeing. And it's going to go to anywhere from 120 to 130. And then for the people that want to unlock all the classes, do all the end game challenges, the sky's the limit. So, yeah, it's crazy. Houses to buy at some point in other locations. Yeah, he said that as well. Okay, let's draw this giveaway. Let's draw this giveaway. All right, everybody. This is the link to Discord. If you enjoyed the podcast, if you enjoy the streams and the YouTube channel, I'm sure you'd enjoy the Discord. That's it. Right now, we have a giveaway for an Action RPG hat. If you happen to be the lucky winner of the No Rest for the Wicked key, join the Discord, DM me, and I will take care of it. All righty then. Holy smokes. 428 people have joined today's giveaway. Wowzers. The game is just a gift that keeps on giving. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. All right. I can't wait for 1.0. Me too. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway. Starting the countdown right meow. It's for a free copy of No Rest for the Wicked. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And entries for this giveaway are officially closed. Now, I probably should have mentioned this earlier. You do have to be present to win this one. So, if somebody is drawn and they are not here, we will reopen it and then give it a few more minutes and then redraw it. Okay? The winner of a free copy of No Rest for the Wicked, a real human and not a bot, is Jaime is the winner on Twitch. Jaime. It's a bot. It's not a bot. Everybody knows Jaime. I don't know. I don't mean I know Jaime. That's not what I mean. I mean, he's just a longtime community member. And I'm not saying Jaime won because he's a longtime community member. Okay, that all of that. Forget what I just said. It's rigged. It's not rigged, guys. I can't even rig it. Not that I tried to rig it. That's not. It's not rigged. YouTube never wins. That's not true. We had a YouTube winner last week. I know Jaime. Prime, you know what I'm talking about. Guys. It's not AI. My wife is going to kill me. Wait, what? Why? Did you just buy Wicked? It's not a bot, but they won. Only one? All right, Prime, have a good one. Jaime is definitely not a bot. See, Jaime, can you just say one thing that a bot would never say, please? Gift it to her? Jaime, let's go. See? You're trying to not rig the giveaway means it's not rigged from the start. It's not rigged, guys. Everybody knows that. And when I say something that a bot wouldn't say, that's not me like prompting a bot. You know? You guys, you know what I mean, right? Sorry, I'm behind. My wife is going to kill me because I'm going to be playing No Rest for the Wicked all the time and absent from the rest of the family. Boom! See, a bot would never say this. He's a real human, guys. Is that... That's fair. Come on. You are very defensive. I'm not defensive. Based, see? You're the right person. That's a very bot-ish answer. It's an AI response. He's yelling again. No. Sounds like a chat GPT response. No. He meant offensive? Welcome to the party, everyone. Oh, brother. Aaron, you just had so many people join on Discord. It sent me an alert. He's yelling. I'm not yelling. Guys, we do have a Action RPG hat giveaway in Discord. Okay, can I just play a little Wicked and relax? And we could talk about the podcast. Master Aaron. Look what he wrote. Look what I got to deal with. Master Aaron, what is your next prompt for me to answer? He's just playing for laughs. He's just joking, guys. He's just joking. That's not funny. They're going to think that's... I knew it. Guys, he's kidding. He's just joking. It's a bot. Get him. Jaime is such a funny bot. Oh my gosh. Stuff. Okay, I'll shut off the giveaway bots. Will you stop it, Frat? You're so stupid. Don't say stuff like that. It's not funny. Can you recall what was talked about earlier? Yes. Yes. I still can't believe it. We were joking around. There's no way in hell I'm going to get through all of these questions. Not only did we talk about the future on every single system and DLCs and biomes, we got through every question and at least 20, 30 questions from the community. We got so much info. Oh, hold on. Now I gotta take down this pinned comment where people get mad at me. Hey, bot one, what a surprise. Jaime won the giveaway and claimed it. Jaime is not a bot. Not that anybody that wins is a bot. Thank you very much. What has been your favorite play style so far? Well, I mean, to no one's surprise, playing bow is very fun. I enjoy the bow play style. I used bow even before quivers and when you needed a one-handed weapon. But at least the one-handed sword, I, as far as builds go, was my most powerful build. Why are you attacking with a Q-tip? It's not a Q-tip. It's not a Q-tip. It's a club. It's a club. People think it looks like it is a marshmallow I'm on. Like roasting a marshmallow. Like, it's not a marshmallow either. Supposed to fall down. It's totally a marshmallow. PlayStation State of Play in 30 minutes. Guys, what do you think? Diesel wants me to watch the PlayStation State of Play. Ow. It's probably gonna have some LE news again. Oh my gosh. Is that possible? I'd rather watch you swing the flaming tomato on a stick. It's not a flaming tomato. Wow, Thomas won't add guns, but he'll add Q-tips. It's not a Q-tip. Brad, why did you have to say it's a Q-tip? It's not a Q-tip. This is a very sophisticated weapon that you have to master and learn about. It's a toasted marshmallow. Okay, this is what we'll do. We will stream until the end of the Sony State of Play. I'm not going to go full screen, but I'll put it in the corner. And we'll see if there's any Last Epoch stuff on it. That's fair. That skill, when it hits, is so satisfying. What was said about resources going straight into your inventory? He said, we're going to have enchantments on weapons. Those are the kind of things we're going to be looking at. And Bro, Diesel asked an awesome question about, are we ever going to have like fatalities and way to like kill enemies? And he smiled big and said, yes. like, wait till you see this. Fatalities are coming to the game. That's so sick. I know. Finish him. I love that. Hoping for duo or triple fatalities. Don't knock me off the cliff. Brow, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Hey, but Diesel, think about fatalities the other way. In PvP. Bro, I am going to literally light up Frosty LaRue in PvP when it drops. Oh my gosh, that is going to be a fun stream. Don't tell him, though. Oh, Frosty's here! Dude, I'm ripping your head off in PvP. Now I gotta listen to this. Yeah, interview with Thomas went for 2 hours. He answered all of our questions, and man, the future of Wicked is gonna be very, very bright. Frosty, I was just kidding, dude. I was just joking. Look, now I got to deal with this bat person. Yep, locking items is coming. Let's fight, bro. Look, now he thinks he's all locked in, Diesel. Diesel, who'd you put your money on, me or Frosty? Actually, don't answer that question. Never mind. Don't answer that. Tools will enchant, right? Yeah, he talked about being able to like maybe make the little red section smaller, but you could get triple the rewards, stuff like that. Justice for Frosty. Oh, other news. Thomas said there are secrets right now in No Rest for the Wicked that have never been discovered. Oh my gosh, that might have been the #1 time that the chat like lit up. Like, what? Right now. Frosty, we got to try and figure this out. I try to get a clue because I was like, if he gave us one clue, even if the clue was there's something no one has ever figured out, head north. Like, that's it. Like, just a direction. But he said, I'm not giving any clues. But there's stuff in the game right now never discovered. I was like, oh my gosh. Not that I need a clue. I'm not saying I need a clue to figure it out. Like, I'm sure we'll figure it out.
right? I know an unsolved secret. What? I mean, you have to fall off every ledge eventually, right? Let me see if I get this straight. You want me to start at the beginning and everywhere it doesn't look like you could go, jump off. Is that what you're saying? And just move through the campaign? I do that without trying. Me and Fusion are working on those. Hi, mate. You can't chat anymore. People are going to think we're friends, dude. If it has anything to do with emotes in the game, we will never figure it out. Okay. He's not going to tell me. Amazing podcast, but quick question. Do you have a flaming Christmas ham on a stick for a weapon? No, it's... I am using fire infusion, and the fire infusion is on a club. So it's a wooden club, and it's not a ham or a marshmallow or a Q-tip. It's a sophisticated, wicked weapon.
Try not to bleed on my arm.
See? Ow. It's burning earwax. It is not burning earwax. You guys are monsters, dude. Okay, the shoulder charge is pretty fun, guys. The shoulder charge is pretty fun. We are for sure getting better with two-handed weapon, by the way. I try to think about two-handed weapon if we boosted attack speed and were cloth armor, so we were fast. Aaron's gone camping? No. Chad, I have a problem. The game ran at 60 FPS the first 2 days and suddenly low FPS everywhere, even on the lowest setting. We ran into some problems, and we still do in Sacrament. Our frame rates will drop and we get some rubber banding. It was like after hotfix, I don't know, 3 or 4. But out in the open world, we don't have any problems. Bro, where'd the deer's missing? It lost, you know what? Never mind. Oof. It's missing. It's murdered. I chopped off its head. Guys,
I didn't mean to. I was just trying to wound it a little bit. You know? You murderer. No. I wish more devs were like him. Yep. Ready for this? Get out of here, bear. You find the secret yet? No, I'm trying to get Thomas to give me clues. Not that I need the clues. I don't mean I'm trying to get him. That didn't come across right. I'm not trying to get him to give me clues. I'm just trying to see if he could point me in the right direction with clues. So, Wicked is coming to console at 1.0, which we're hoping is this year. You stupid bear. I pushed him a little bit on patch 1, and I said a week, and he said maybe a little more than a week. So I said 2 weeks, and he said, yeah, right around there. So no date, but in February. It's probably pretty safe to say patch 1 is coming in February. OMG, Aaron's trying to cheat. I'm not trying to cheat. I'm just trying to get an advantage over everyone else by talking to somebody that knows. It's not cheating. It's using your resource. Okay, when I say it that way, I could see how it's interpreted as cheating, but that's not what I'm doing. He's cheating. I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating. I played the game back in 2024. So cool to see how far the game has come. Yeah, I'm not cheating. Everybody knows that. Yeah. Ow! Guys, they're trying to kill me. Hey, why don't you come get me? I'm right here. Come on, I'm right here. Can't swim, huh?
I can't see you.
Did he just throw a spear at me? Oh, very funny. This guy is tearing me apart. That's cheating. It's not cheating. He threw a spear and hit me. He's not allowed to do that. Everybody knows that. Thank you for asking the Ashes of Creation question. I got a kick out of that, seeing the look on his face. He was smiling ear to ear when I asked that question. And fishing pole broken. Of course. I didn't run away, guys. Thomas's attitude in Moon Studios is the real reason why I support them. Their excitement is infectious, and you can tell they are genuine. Some developers just get it. Hello Games is another company that has ride or die fans for the same reason. Yeah, man, the podcast went so well. I just feel like from the podcast, I could break it up and make like endless content from it, but I'm not going to do that. Has anybody actually made a bomb build with the ring? Like a build around throwing bombs? Is that possible yet?
Be silent as a whisper. What more proof do
I haven't yet, but it's on my list. I saw somebody's build. Try it. The bomb build. Okay. Oh. I tried it for a little bit. What other items support bombs other than the ring? Is there other... Like, what other items even are there? Bombs don't scale enough? Oh, okay. Oh, Diesel, we actually got something here. Everybody, I don't want to trick you. There's some community members that want me to watch this. This is the, today is the Sony State of Play. So it's going to break down everything coming, I don't know, in the future for Sony. So we're going to play some Wicked. I'm going to watch this, and then that'll probably do it for today. Just FYI. So we'll watch the Sony State of Play. Starts in 8 minutes. My testing was limited, but it looks like bombs do scale with elemental affixes. Thorns with bombs might work. Play Wicked all day long. You know, this channel is not Aaron No Rest for the Wicked. It's Aaron Action RPG. I just can't play Wicked as the only game. Did you know that? Did you... Guys? Yes, it is. Polka, then Wicked. What? Yeah, I've got the Sony State of Play up and running. It's ready. It's Aaron Polka, No Rest for the Wicked. That should be the channel name. Aaron No Rest for the Wicked is kind of catchy. You guys know I cover another game called Last Epoch. Have you guys heard of that one? Or is that... Is Crimson Desert in your future? I've been showing this off. Not that it matters, Panda. But Crimson Desert sent me a hoodie. They think I can be bought. Like, oh, I'll just play the game because you send me stuff. This isn't going to get me to play. Yes, well, of course I'm going to try it. They sent me a hoodie. Yeah, I'm going to try it. But I don't... What? Yeah, I'm going to... Of course. But not because of that. You know? Exactly. You know what I mean. Guys. Bro, Skoji, I don't want to oversell it. As far as an information standpoint on the podcast, like finding out what's coming in the future, it was the best podcast ever. Like anybody that cares about No Rest for the Wicked and wants to know the future of what's coming, yeah. Thanks for doing the podcast. You're very welcome. We got lots and lots of information for the future. Do you think they should release this year with Crimson Desert
in GTA 6 if they want the game to be a contender. Well, Crimson Desert is launching March 19th. Like, it's already booked and done. Are you saying is that a bad decision on their part? I love this game, bro. So much love for this project. I know. I'm out of the loop a little bit on Grand Theft Auto. People have told me that as far as a PC launch, the game launching on PC, Steam, that's like years and years away. I don't know if that's true. But once I heard that, I was like, oh, you know. Like, yeah, I don't. Not that I don't care, but I'm not going to play it. I don't even own a console. GTA is never dropping? Oh, I don't even have the chat and stuff. Hold on a second. All right, thanks, West. No Rest for the Wicked Collector's Edition with the statue is a must. Oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you. All right, guys, I'm throwing this up in the corner. PlayStation State of Play. Aw, Proud, thank you. I know, I feel like if No Rest for the Wicked drops a higher version, even though I already own the game, I'll buy it. I'm in that, how can I support this game mentality? %, right? Yep. I will die if there is something Last Epoch Orbis expansion in this. That was the last time we heard anything. I think Thomas said he wasn't going to do that. Hey, Diesel, how long are these normally? Just curious. Like 30 minutes, right? They're pretty quick. The state of the place. They're going to have a merch shop to support. This one is an hour? Okay. I mean, good. I want to hear more. Oh, an hour. The bad part was Thomas inviting Aaron to PTR. They'll start bragging and teasing us. Bro, I'm getting access to PTR for all the new class systems for Wicked. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Yes. Not that I care. I don't give a crap, but I'll try it. I'm not going to brag about it. I mean, it's nice that I get it and Diesel doesn't. Just kidding. All right. He's already bragging. No.
I sense suffering here, Spirit. Do you need help?
A spirit guide? It's been a long time since we've had one of your kind in Cosmora. I'm glad you're here. That temple has been sealed as long as I can remember. Dangerous corruption was locked inside, along with the secrets of a forgotten practice. Spirit guides here once used alchemy to cleanse corruption. Maybe you can do the same.
Fear will bind you, gripping to the present, which must always pass. Regret will bind you, longing for the past you cannot change. Love will bind you, yearning for a future you will not see. Unbound, may you depart in peace.
Bro, that looks pretty sweet.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh and this is my brother Mike.
We hope you enjoyed that first look at our next game, Kena, Scars of Cosmora.
After the amazing response to Kena Bridge of Spirits in 2021, the team was excited to take on the challenge of creating something even bigger and better this time around. Our partnership with PlayStation Studios has empowered us to expand our scope while still staying true to what made the first game special.
Since her adventure in Bridge of Spirits, Kena has grown into an older, more experienced spirit guide. Her reputation now precedes her. She comes to a new land called Cosmora, home to multiple distinct communities. On this adventure, Kena discovers a spirit guide's role in helping living people, not only those who have passed away. With PlayStation Studios support, we're building on everything that fans loved about the first game. Deeper, more dynamic combat, epic boss battles, a larger, richer world, and of course, our charming spirit companions.
Kena, Scars of Cosmora releases on PlayStation 5 and PC. Thanks so much for watching and enjoy the rest of the show.
Of Eso, demons terrorized the land and subjugated its people. They were known as the Spider, the Oni, the Kitsune, and the Snake. Many fought back. Many were cut down. Nothing can stop a true warrior. from vengeance, not even death.
Who do you think will come out on top, Sam? You or me? I can't wait to find out. Kept you waiting, huh?
Hi, I'm Mike Booth from Bad Robot Games, the game director of 4Loop. As a game designer, a core goal of mine has always been to make game experiences that offer interesting surprises and unpredictable moments that never get old. The result is 4Loop, an emergent, challenging, 4-player combat sandbox where you and your friends succeed through cooperation and improvisation, and where no two runs are ever the same. At the heart of 4Loop is a probability map, which combines alien technology and human ingenuity to plot your best path forward to defeat the invaders. Each node represents a different mission with its own risks, rewards, and surprises. Everyone votes to choose the next mission. Once you've chosen a node on the probability map, your team will teleport into the mission. You may have to collect mission-critical resources, or even rescue survivors that can offer cool upgrades from your gear, all while trying to avoid the alien forces constantly sending drop pods and kill bots to stop you. We've worked hard to ensure that there are tons of items to choose from, and a lot of strange creatures and mysterious things to encounter. For example, this weird alien plant is called a blink root, where you can collect a blink berry, which will teleport anyone who touches it to a random, distant location. All the various enemies, weapons, items, and mission objectives are all designed to interact with each other in dynamic ways that create emergent gameplay and endless, replayable chaos. That means your decisions really matter, and creativity and improvisation are key. We really want players to try things and think outside the box, like hacking an alien terminal to provide intel to the rest of the team, or being bombarded by killbot drop pods, or barely escaping with your life. And if you do die, don't worry. So long as one of you makes it back to home base, you'll be reprinted and ready to try again. The home base is a place for your team to readjust their strategy, evolve your loadout, and choose rewards from an increasing array of powerful gear and upgrades. Each act of the probability map culminates in one of multiple boss battles.
Is there anybody in chat interested in a game like this? I'm just curious. Just show of hands like, dude, this is exciting. Can't wait to get my hands on it. Just curious.
Because the scanner's body rotates like a 3D puzzle, you want to spread out and attack it from all sides. All, of course, while avoiding the slow-moving, lethal laser grids. Our goal here is to create something new, where every run has you yelling and laughing and saying, "I can't believe that just happened." We're currently in pre-beta, so there's still plenty of polish to come, and we need players like you to join us in upcoming playtests. Your feedback will be invaluable in helping us make this game truly great. We can't wait for you to play it for yourselves. Now, go and fail to save the world.
Fail to save the world. 4Loop. Not gonna work. Never mind.
Hugh, look! What's this?
That's the Earth.
Is this the same game? Wait.
You really can make everything with lunafilament, huh? Looks a bit like New York.
Is that a place on Earth?
Can't believe we haven't found any survivors.
I haven't seen anyone besides you since leaving the vault.
All alone, huh? I know the feeling.
Hey, Hugh. What were you like as a kid?
When I was young, I was in an orphanage. I was a lot like you. I had a few bumps along the way. But I had someone looking out for me. And now it's your turn.
Removal time exceeding estimates. Deploying reinforcements.
What in the...
No thanks. Pass or play. That a good one? You guys want that one?
6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center.
You okay? What does Victor want with you?
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason. Did you find anything on Opus?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers of the CIA or the Pentagon.
You are an ignorant fool.
Leon, we're running out of time.
Why me?
The team has settled on a person of interest. A former T-virus researcher.
Because my master made you who you are.
Raccoon City was where it all began for me.
I'm coming with you.
We can talk. What do you want to know?
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
This game's gonna be huge, right? That game's gonna be a big one.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Pass.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann. We're back with a new batch of games on their way to PS5.
But before we begin, we wanted to highlight the upcoming release dates for both Pragmata and Resident Evil Requiem from Capcom. Both are coming soon to PS5 with support for PS5 Pro.
Now, let's return to the dark world of Nosgoth with an announcement for fans of Legacy of Kain. 2003's Legacy of Kain Defiance is being remastered by Crystal Dynamics and will be available to pre-order today. The final chapter in the Soul Reaver saga brings players into the conflict between the vampire Kain and his betrayed lieutenant, Raziel. This remaster boasts updated HD graphics, a new third-person camera, and wayfinding level maps, as well as bonus features like character skins.
Now, what do you have to tell me?
Lost levels, deep lore, photo mode, and more. The digital deluxe version of the game includes promotional comics and a playable demo of Dark Prophecy, the unreleased sequel to Defiance.
Given the choice, whether to rule a corrupt and failing empire, or to challenge the fates for another throw against one's...
Remasters gotta be making so much money. Sorry, when's the podcast with Thomas? It is over. We already did 2 hours. You'll see the VOD in a little bit.
Today.
Brigandine Abyss is the latest installment in HappyNet's Brigandine series, which dates back to 1998 on the original PlayStation. This fantasy war strategy RPG tells the story of 6 heroes who rise against an empire invading with overwhelming power. Enjoy deep strategic gameplay with over 100 unit classes, including knights and new types of monsters. And countless hours of gameplay, with 6 main storylines and side quests across 24 nations.
Diesel, this is the game you've been waiting for right here. Right?
Now let's head over to Koei Tecmo Games in Yokohama for an update on the Dead or Alive series.
こんにちは。シリーズプロデューサーの林です。本日はデッドアライブシリーズが新たなアップデートとともに復活することを発表させていただきます。
無限転身の名にかけて。
本作「デッドアライブ6ラストラウンド」はオリジナルの「デッドアライブ6」をベースにダウンロードコンテンツとして追加配信したキャラクターをセットにし、プレイステーション5用の最適化、新規コスチュームの追加、新たなフォトモードの追加を行ったタイトルです。今後も新キャラクターや新コスチュームの配信など継続的なアップデートを予定しています。発売日同日に基本無料版も展開予定ですので、シリーズを遊んだことない方もぜひご体験ください。
あなたに私は倒せない。
Nice physics?
デッドアライブは1996年から展開している対戦アクションゲームシリーズです。数多くの作品を世に送り出して今年で30周年になります。そのタイミングでこういった発表できることを大変嬉しく思います。では最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
Are you serious? Come on. That... It didn't even show her face. It showed like... Come on, dude. They know what they're doing?
Zoe, I see the spotlights.
And you're getting closer. Listen, Dylan, we're getting distress calls from the theater, but research thinks we might have a resident on our hands. No one should have survived that.
Then I'll hurry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mikael Kasurinen, and I'm the creative director of Control Resonant, the game-changing sequel to Control. What you are seeing here is an early mission captured from our in-development build. We play as Dylan Faden, our supernaturally gifted hero, in a version of Manhattan like you haven't seen before. We recently acquired Shift, an ability that empowers Dylan to seamlessly move through gravity anomalies and adapt to the world around him. Here we are showcasing a set of different forms of Dylan's main weapon, the Aberrant, can take, and his supernatural abilities. There are a lot of different ones you can discover to suit your playstyle. While in combat, we encourage you to play aggressively, balancing between melee attacks and abilities.
Any updates for me?
Kind of.
Last Epoch updates coming soon. I can feel it.
Okay?
Guys.
Almost there, Zoe. What the hell is that thing?
Yes, it's the new Last Epoch. Last Epoch 2. Everybody knows that. Aaron, will the podcast be up on YouTube? Yes, I already have the whole thing recorded. As soon as I'm done with stream, I will import it, export it, and upload it to YouTube. I can't do it while streaming, but yes.
I think I hear something. I know where the Resonant is, Zoe. I'll call you back.
Resonants are the dominant threat in what's our most ambitious game to date. And we can't wait to share it with you later in 2026.
Long ago, you were made for this night, to save the age of man. Half human, half angel. They call you sin. I call you salvation.
It's the Blood Knight from Diablo Immortal. Everybody knows that. Crimson Moon.
Thanks to Fictions and Game Freak for that new look at characters and combat in Beast of Reincarnation. It's coming to PS5 this summer.
Our next title debuted 3 decades ago alongside the original PlayStation, and it introduced the world to an iconic character. Today, Ubisoft and Digital Eclipse celebrate that legacy with Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition. This digital museum features 5 playable versions of the original game, including the 1995 PlayStation
remastered.
Options. Discover the secrets behind Rayman's development through a long-lost playable prototype, restored for the first time. Plus, an interactive documentary packed with unseen design documents and never-before-heard insights from the original creators.
Et à un moment, c'est Sony qui arrive en disant, bah voilà notre console, on va révolutionner le jeu vidéo.
Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition comes to PS5 digitally starting tomorrow, while physical editions will be available June 26th.
Mina the Hollower is an action-adventure title from the creators of Shovel Knight. Take control of Mina as she charges into a bizarre mission to save a cursed island. Whip foes into oblivion, burrow under hazards and monsters, and hunt down secrets in a pixel-perfect love letter to handheld gaming. Mina the Hollower's release date is on the horizon. The limited-time demo will be exclusively available on PlayStation 5 tomorrow.
Podcast was awesome. It's hard to put into words. It was great.
Set years before the events of the original game, this prologue tells the story of how Alba and the wolf cub Neva first met. Alba must earn the young wolf's trust and guide her through the blighted wilderness. Together, they will face new enemies and endure perilous trials, while confronting a monstrous force that threatens to tear them apart. Players can look forward to using new gameplay mechanics in all new locations. Neva Prologue launches February 19th. Up next, a tactical stealth action title from Shueisha Games and Acquire, a team with ninja credentials dating back to the Tenchu series.
We are the children of water, born of the goddess. You filthy creatures, faithless, soulless, unclean. This world was never yours to keep. How dare you stand in the way of purity?
Little King.
Okay, Crafton. Oh, this is a must play. It's wait, what did I say? Oh, yeah, I like this one. Wait, what? Never mind. Play.
Our newest racer has arrived. Welcome to the Galactic League. Since you're here, why not take part in a friendly exhibition race? Impeding! If they weren't holding me back right now, I'd have you frozen in carbonite!
Galactic Racer. Could be fun, but not my style.
Brace yourself!
Bond is immature and reckless. He's a bad influence on the other recruits who inexplicably fall victim to his charm.
Look, I know where this is going. Do you mind telling me why I'm here?
I would like you to join His Majesty's Secret Service.
You what?
I know all about your exploits.
I would be a good James Bond.
I believe that there is a need for such heart and intuition.
I feel like I could.
That's the very reason I'm bringing back the 00s.
Never mind.
Need I state the obvious?
Oh, brother, what did I say?
He's not ready.
James.
Pass on Aaron. What? A bald Bond? Hold on a second, guys.
009 will employ every manner of subterfuge to avoid capture.
Try not to draw attention to yourself. Me? Housekeeping, I presume?
You seem the kind of guy who knows what he likes.
Oh boy!
So you won't do anything stupid.
Wait, what?
Of course not. I'm not an idiot.
Agents have very short life expectancy. And if if you do get caught, we will deny ever having heard of you. How does that sound?
When do I start?
Guys, I could be a James Bond. Everybody knows that. I could be a 007. Everybody knows that.
I'm Peter Brown. I manage the game content team within Third Party Portfolio. We evaluate games coming from publishers all over the world, from indie to AAA. Those of us in the Third Party Portfolio team travel the world and meet with our partners. And it's even more exciting for me when those partners have been foundational to my own love of video games. And Konami is definitely one of those partners. I think a lot of people remember Konami for being with PlayStation in the very beginning.
Just the 00 guys, I could be Bond. Come on.
Injecting them with new technology and new ways of designing video games that we haven't thought of before. We were really impressed when Konami approached us with their list of announcements for today's State of Play. So to mark the occasion, we wanted to try something a little different. We join you today from Konami Creative Front Tokyo Bay, not only to share some really exciting reveals for upcoming games, but also spotlight some of the key talent behind them. We're really excited about the diverse lineup they've brought today, and we hope you will be too. Enjoy.
Honest review from D4 Player. I'm addicted to No Rest for the Wicked.
There's one more thing I must do. One last punishment I must endure.
Outer Heaven. He's taken command of this immense army and is now preparing to unleash an insurrection.
Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the Sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers.
Will you do this for me? Will you terminate Liquid?
How long is my body gonna hold out?
When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept death.
This is my final mission.
So began the war between Zero and Big Boss.
Do you understand, Snake? Any means necessary. Just stop Liquid's insurrection. Liquid! Guns of the Patriots!
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged. Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Nukes.
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. As our deterrent.
Yes. It simply said Jack. Over and over.
Boss. Is that you? Answer me! Boss!
メタルギアシリーズ制作プロデューサーの岡村典明です。メタルギアファンの皆様、大変お待たせいたしました。プレイステーション3向けのみで発売されていたメタルギアソリッド4ガンズ・オブ・ザ・パトリオットがプレイステーション5でついに遊べるようになります。加えてプレイステーションポータブル、プレイステーション3向けに発売されたメタルギアソリッドピースウォーカーを含むメタルギアコレクションシリーズの第2弾となっております。メタルギアサーガのラストを飾る伝説の作品を最新ハードでぜひ体感してください。そして、現在発売中のメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム1につきましても最後のアップデートを実施いたします。初代
Yeah, guys, I already got the entire podcast ripped. I just need to export it, import it, thumbnail. Everything's good to go. I'm going to work on it immediately after the stream. The stream is done after the Sony live stream. Yeah, this is live. And I'm not just playing Wicked in the background. Well, I mean, I'm... I am just playing. Never mind.
メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターも特別なセールを実施しています。 50% オフという大変お求めやすい価格で購入できますので、この機会にぜひ楽しんでください。これからもメタルギアシリーズの展開にご期待ください。そして最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
It reminds me of Finding Dory. Finding Dory the game. It also reminds me a little bit of Stray. I don't know if anybody played Stray.
In the name of His Most Royal Majesty, by the grace of God, the King of France.
Thank you for the interview, Aaron. You're very welcome. Podcast of the year? I don't know about that.
So now, we appeal to you, Trevor Belmont, last of House Belmont.
How many times did Thomas say the F word? 2 minutes in, he dropped it, I think.
プロデューサーの谷口勉です。今回見ていただいた映像はキャッスルバニアシリーズ40周年記念第1弾となるキャッスルバニアベルモンドカースのアナウンス映像です。これまで我々のチームは多くの方にキャッスルバニアに触れていただきたいという思いでシリーズの過去作を最新ハードでプレイしていただけるようにいくつかのコレクションタイトルを配信してきました。また多くの素晴らしいパートナーとコラボレーションにも取り組んでまいりました。そしてやっと本日新しいゲームについて皆様に報告できるところまで来ました。そのことがすごく嬉しいです。今回のタイトルではイビルエンパイア、モーションツインという才能と情熱にあふれるシリーズへの愛を持ったスタジオとともにプロジェクトに取り組んでいます。これまでのシリーズらしさを大切にしながらも新しいアイデアと現代的なゲームプレイを取り入れることでキャラクターのアクションはよりダイナミックで爽快に仕上がっています。シリーズファンの方はもちろんぜひ 遊んでくださいと思っておりますが、まだキャッスルバニアに触れたことがないっていう方にもぜひ楽しんでほしいです。発売は2026年を予定しておりますので、続報を楽しみにお待ちください。
Listen to me. You can't stay in this room forever. I can't stay in this room forever. I know this is going to be hard. But you have to come back to me. Come back to me, Simon.
This is too scary, this one. Too scary.
I woke up in the water again. But this time it's different. I keep trying to fix what happened. But no matter what I do,
You can't fix it. It doesn't let us change things. You did what you did.
A world shrouded by lightfall. Shining drops of light that bring death as they fall.
Is this a last epoch expansion?
Hey! Ash, come on! Let's begin our journey.
Those were Her Majesty's words.
I'm going to defeat you here and stop the Lightfall.
I think the interview was killed for me when comparing No Rest for the Wicked to V Rising. What other game? Loosely. Castle, house. Yeah, I know, it's not very close.
プロデューサーの門井です。 ティザートレーラーの方はいかがでしたでしょうか。
Enshrouded?
レブノワールは完全新作の JRPG です。私自身を含め JRPG を愛し続けてきたメンバーが情熱を持って開発したタイトルとなります。仲間との出会い、成長、そして JRPG には大事な心揺さぶられるような展開、こちらを大事にしてナラティブというものを表現しようと突き進めております。新しい冒険が始まるというワクワク感、ぜひ楽しんでいただけると思います。今日、お届けした映像は本当に一部の一部で、レブノワール続報がこれからもどんどん出ていくと思いますので、ぜひ、楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
A man with your skill set must be able to move unconstrained, unrestricted. He must be versatile.
Mr. Wick.
Adaptable. He must be grounded, stable, constant. I believe you are ready, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, New Cascadia. This is Joy, your community outreach liaison. It's a lovely day outside. It's quiet. Very quiet. Rainfall is expected to begin in the early afternoon and last until a long time. For those who did not wake, your restless dreams endure. So small among the stars. Breathe softly. Do not worry. Peace is upon you. And I am here to walk with you into its embrace.
Mayday! Mayday! This is General Dan Agreed of the New Cascadia colony on Tau 34. Whoever's listening, whatever's out there, we need anything. Weapons, supplies, a way out, a way back. Mayday, mayday.
This is definitely an Ellie expansion. I think it is.
Tau Ceti, I feel like I'm praying. We've had to do things to survive. Things I never would have. We're monsters. We're all monsters.
Embrace. 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 Embrace.
Mayday! 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 Mayday!
Hey everyone, my name is Joe Ziegler and I'm the game director on Marathon. Today we're excited to announce our server slam from February 26th through March 2nd, where you can join us on Tau Ceti and help test Marathon on PlayStation 5 and other platforms. Our server slam features an introduction to the survival gameplay of Marathon, giving you a chance to explore the dangerous world of Tau Ceti and unlock rewards for the full release on Thursday, March 5th. For all PlayStation Plus players, we're also excited to share a collection of unique weapon charms that pay homage to some of our favorite PlayStation games, including Helldivers 2, Death Stranding 2, and Ghost of Yotei, all available at launch. From everyone here at Bungie, thank you for joining us on this journey. We'll see you on Tau Ceti starting February 26th.
Come on, 11th Hour Games. Show us something. Another March game. Great.
Hey, I'm Brett.
And I'm Kristen. Thanks to Bungie for that new look at Marathon, coming to PS5 on March 5th with the server slam running February 26th through March 2nd.
Now let's check in on what's coming to PlayStation Plus over the next few months. Up first, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 swings into game catalog next week. Developed by Insomniac Games in collaboration with Marvel Games, be greater together as Peter Parker and Miles Morales. Let's go! In this thrilling sequel, the Spider-Men must balance their personal and heroic responsibilities while protecting the city from iconic villains.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man. How to help you.
Marvel's Spider-Man 2 joins the PlayStation Plus game catalog on February 17th.
The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes two fan favorites over the next few months, starting with Tekken Dark Resurrection, a fantastic fighting game that originally released on PSP. PlayStation Plus Premium members can expect to revisit this handheld classic in March.
The original PlayStation version of Time Crisis brings arcade action to the Classics catalog in May.
Time Crisis!
This version also offers gyroscopic
God.
gaming with the DualShock 4 or PS5 DualSense controller, simulating the original light gun experience.
I need the pedal. I need the pedal for that to be fun.
Big Walk is a cooperative multiplayer adventure about teamwork and talking.
You guys don't know about the art with the
Hang out
gun
and
that...
get lost with your friends in an
Oh,
open
forget
world
it. You
full
guys
of
don't know Time
challenges,
Crisis.
puzzles, and playful discoveries. That's all for me and Brett, but we still have a lot more cool stuff to show you, including brand new Saros gameplay.
Housemarque's next action game releases April 30th, and creative director Gregory Loudon has even more systems and combat to break down. Let's take a look.
I do, Aaron, and I'm an old lady. I turned 45 on the 8th. Happy birthday.
What is that for you, Arjun? Finishing the mission. Keeping people safe. Oh, Arjun. I know you better than that.
Last Epoch should have put out the Orbis expansion trailer now and not on the last one.
Today, we're excited to show off our comeback stronger features and Eclipse gameplay running on PlayStation 5. In Saros, you step into the shoes of Arjun Devraj, performed by the brilliant Rahul Kohli, who is discovering the hostile shape-shifting planet of Carcosa. As you encounter a variety of ever more brutal hostiles, death is inevitable. But in Saros, death only means that you will come back stronger. Welcome to the Passage. You are not on your own. Interacting with the survivors of Echelon 4 will help you understand the mysteries of Carcosa.
I can't believe so many are gone. They didn't all die.
Some of them changed.
This is Primary, the voice of Soltari. Here you can engage with our permanent progression systems to upgrade your armor's attributes and acquire special perks. With Carcosan modifiers, you can adjust your experience by, for example, making hostiles tougher, weaker, or even removing the second chance ability entirely. However, all adjustments you choose must be kept in balance to ensure a consistent challenge level. Primary also allows you to teleport directly to any biome that you have unlocked. This means getting back into the action quicker. It also means easier replayability the further you get into the world. Using the teleport, you can now quickly restart the selected biome and get back to where you were. And now it's time to take another shot at what killed you the first time around. Eventually, you come across an alien device. By using it, you discover that it calls the Eclipse. The Eclipse corrupts the world. It's a complete escalation of our gameplay, our audio, and our visuals on Carcosa. Hostiles now shoot corrupted projectiles, which reduce your maximum armor integrity, but you can restore it by using your power weapon. Weapons and artifacts also become
switching the audio
which alters
sources
them in both positive and negative ways. We can't wait for you to play Saros when we launch on April 30, 2026.
Sorry. I don't want to wear these headphones anymore. My ears! Oh, gosh. Sorry. There. My wife brought me a second coffee. I don't need coffee. I'll drink it, but I don't want it.
The air trembles. Mother Earth herself senses the coming battle. The world may hate us, we still have to save it.
I'll take it, what?
A true team is unbreakable!
So spoiled. I'm not spoiled.
You cannot stand against the storm. Feel the power of Mother Earth.
Let me at them, Storm. Limbo is waiting, and I'm starving for your soul! Time to end this!
I've got this one. I'll show you how the X-Men get it done. You're cooked, Bob.
You're cooked.
Initiating attack.
Who the hell is the
I am
butterfly?
all that remains of Shi'ar
Danger?
technology. Prepare to be disassembled.
Butterfly's tearing up Iron Man.
Surrender to avoid further danger.
Let's
Who the hell
finish
is it?
this.
No.
We are stronger together!
Marvel 闘魂ファイティングソウルズ最新のトレーラーお楽しみいただけましたでしょうか
This is the kind of stuff from a marketing perspective I just will never understand. Iron Man is a playable character. Captain America is a playable character. I bet you the Hulk. And they show some butterfly. I don't even know these other characters.
大きな剣で制しながらテレポーテーションで裏回りしたりなど多彩なトリッキーな動きをすることができます。
Think of Wolverine as an unstoppable savage tank. Some of his claw swipes have armor on them, so he's literally going to be able to shred through opponents' attacks.
デンジャーは、体のいろんな部分をですね武器に変形して戦うことができるキャラクターです。
She's trained the X-Men over years through battle simulation. So as a zoner in this game, she's going to set up so many traps that her opponents are going to feel like they're running an obstacle course.
Cat's getting murdered!
トレーラーの冒頭では新たに紡がれるマーベルユニバース闘魂オリジナルストーリーの映像を含めさせていただきました。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ20キャラクターのプレイヤブルを実装しまして2026年8月6日に発売いたします。
Pre-orders open next week, so please check out our variety of editions and goodies, and we can't wait to share with you some more info.
Please check it out and
stay tuned.
They also have Doom and Spider-Man and Ghost Rider on the flyer. None of them are in the trailer. What? Oh. God of War?
Zeus! Your son has returned.
Trilogy! Oh my gosh. We've been joking that every game is a remaster or remake.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening, people?
Easy money.
It is OGTC. That's right, the original God of War. Yeah, I'm back, baby. And I'm thrilled to bring you some exciting news about the series today, starting with that teaser that you just saw, yeah? Now look, we are happy and excited to finally confirm that, the Greek trilogy remake is now in development. Yeah.
Guys, there's one remake I want so bad. Why can't we get Twisted Metal 2 remastered with online play? It's the only one I want. Twisted Metal 2 remastered with online PvP. Please.
Close without one last surprise. Now, this announcement is a passion project that will let you experience God of War's signature brutal combat, rewarding exploration, and heartfelt storytelling like you've never heard it before. I'm telling you. That's all you get. So, thank you for 2 strong decades of support, and we can't wait for you to see what we've got cooking to keep the next 20 years surprising, fresh, and fun as hell to play. Yeah, all right, you can watch it now. Go. Why are you still here? Go. Go!
Is this what I sound like when I'm streaming? Just crit. No, actually, never mind. Don't never mind. Yes, no, you're worse. Wait, what? Yes.
Before
yes.
I was a father.
Yep.
Before
he's slightly better.
I was a god. I was a Spartan.
Spartans! Our duty is to Sparta. Fear is a reaction. Courage is a decision. Press your attack! Don't relent! Never on our backs!
New side scroller?
Never left behind! Always united!
The legendary saga of gods and monsters, of tragedies and triumphs, of destruction
Quest 1.5. Stupid.
Begins here.
Los, be ready for Sparta!
There's the new God of War. See? There you go.
This is only the beginning.
It's not AI. It is it? No, it's not. I'm sure it's not. Where's the last Epoch Orbis trailer? Oh yeah, the chicken trailer was good. They ended it on a pixel art side scroller remake. Yes. There you have it. Okay. That first one, what was it? Kenna or what was it? 2? That looked pretty good. The chicken one looked pretty good. The octopus one looked good. Kenna 2, chicken. The Finding Dory one. They showed the new Star Wars racer. Yeah, the pod. This is podcasting. This is pod racing. I think that. Yeah, Galaxy Racer. So, yeah. Okay, everybody. We are at 6 hours and 12 minutes on today's live stream. Somebody just showed me a screenshot that during the Town Portal podcast with Thomas, at one point, there was 600 people watching on YouTube. And our peak on Twitch was 490. We had over 1,100. I was like, what? Because I can't see anything when the podcast is happening. But yeah. It's the Wicked effect. It's not the Wicked effect. It's not the Wicked effect. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. That feels pretty crazy. We like Thomas. You guys were there. I mean, you weren't there because of Thomas. It was because I was streaming, right? It was because of Thomas. Hurry up and shut down the stream so I can watch the podcast VOD. Yeah, right. And you're okay too. Okay, sweet. So, anyways, podcast went awesome. I'm just blown away by the support and man, the good nature of Thomas answering all the questions. I just feel like I am so much better equipped now to answer questions throughout the community based upon the answers he gave. We just know so much about the future. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the stream here, and then I'm going to work on the actual VOD video with all the stream cut out for YouTube. It takes a while to export a 2-hour and import a 2-hour video. So it'll probably take me about an hour, maybe 2 hours to actually get it up on YouTube. But obviously the VODs are there if you just want to scroll through them. So that'll be there. Tomorrow, my wife leaves the state. So I've got to take her to the airport.
I am also volunteering in my daughter's classroom for her Valentine's Day party, Mia, my 10-year-old. So I'm like bringing pizza and hanging out. And then I got to pick up the other kids from school. So this Friday, tomorrow, I will not be live for the Last Epoch dev stream. It'll be the first time, and I don't know how long, that we will not have a live watch party for the LE dev stream. It was like, you could make it happen, but you can't help in Mia's class. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. So my last kid's in elementary school. This is her last Valentine's Day party. I'm not going to skip that for the Last Epoch dev stream. So, yep, abandoning LE. I'm not abandoning LE, okay? Anyways, my plan is, once all the kids are done with school, once all the kids have made it to where they need to go, once I am done being a good father and husband, I plan on watching the Last Epoch dev stream. So what I'm likely going to do is boot up stream, because I'm going to watch it anyways, and we could do like, we'll do a watch party, it just won't be live, is basically my plan. So tomorrow's stream will likely be later, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock. Probably stream for 2 to 4 hours, with the main part being the Last Epoch dev stream. And it might actually be nice because we could pause it when certain things are shown or said. So anyways, that is the plan for tomorrow. At least Mike will have a break from Aaron bullying him. I'm not bullying him. I'm not bullying him. Whatever, dude. What? So yeah. Anyways, that's the plan. You almost caused him to stop doing the live streams. That's incorrect. Thank you all for hanging out today. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the podcast. I'm going to work on the VOD video right now for YouTube. And if you need anything, hit me up in Discord. Congratulations, Jaime, for winning the No Rest for the Wicked key. And I'll see you all tomorrow evening. Bye. See ya.